Life throws challenges at all of us, whether it's a tough decision, a sudden loss, or the daily grind of expectations and pressures. There's no manual on how to face it all without getting overwhelmed, but some philosophies stand the test of time because they speak directly to our core needs for peace, resilience, and clarity. One of these philosophies quietly sits in history's corner, stoic, unassuming, and yet deeply powerful. Stoicism isn't about denying feelings or hiding from life's messy bits. It's about standing steady when the storm hits and finding a well of strength within. For centuries, people who've practiced this approach to life have found a certain calm, a kind of unshakable contentment that doesn't depend on life always being easy or predictable. There's a steady kind of courage that comes when you realize that no matter what happens, you have a say in how you respond. That's the heart of it, the ability to hold on to yourself when everything else might seem out of control. This mindset isn't only for the philosophers of ancient Greece or the elite Roman generals, it's for anyone, anywhere. Whether you're dealing with big stresses, 1,000 daily irritations, or the looming worries that keep you up at night, the principles of Stoicism offer relief and strength without the need for dramatic changes. It's not about escaping life's difficulties, but learning to handle them in a way that feels lighter, more manageable, and, most importantly, more aligned with who you are and want to be. Every person, no matter their circumstances, deserves a life that's defined not by constant fear or struggle, but by a sense of inner control and peace. How often do we lose hours, days, or even years chasing approval, measuring ourselves against impossible standards, or replaying old mistakes? Imagine breaking free from that cycle, slowly but surely. What if you could walk into each day knowing that, while you might not control the world around you, you absolutely control how it affects you? It's a freeing thought, the realization that inner peace isn't something to be found, but something to be created, one mindful step at a time. The wisdom you're about to explore doesn't promise a life without hardship, but it does promise a life where hardship no longer has the same grip on you. It's a way to learn to let go of things you never truly needed to carry and focus on building a life with purpose and presence. When you embrace the core teachings of Stoicism, you start to see that self-worth isn't dictated by achievements or failures, but by the dignity you hold within yourself. You see that real freedom isn't in getting everything you desire, but in finding joy in the here and now, without conditions. For those willing to learn, there's guidance here that can be carried every day, tools to approach each situation with a clear mind, a compassionate heart, and a steady spirit. Picture facing rejection and knowing it doesn't diminish your worth. Think of making a mistake, feeling the sting, but letting the lesson take root without letting it take over. With these teachings, you can build boundaries, not to shut the world out, but to protect the best parts of yourself. You can practice self-care, not as an escape, but as a way to nurture the version of you that deserves respect, growth, and gentleness. So, if there's a part of you looking for more than just surviving, if you're ready to move beyond old fears and let go of whatever holds you back, then this is for you. The journey isn't about becoming someone else. It's about uncovering the strength that's been with you all along, waiting to be brought to life. With each principle, each practice, and each lesson, you'll learn not just how to endure, but how to thrive, no matter what life has in store. Are you ready to find that freedom, that clarity, that strength? Because the first step is already here, waiting for you to reach out and begin. It's often said that happiness should come from within, but that idea is so much easier to say than it is to live. The pull to seek happiness from outside sources, relationships, achievements, or validation is deeply ingrained in us. From a young age, we're encouraged to fit into social molds, to win praise, to gain approval, and to meet expectations. The world offers us endless markers of success and worth, as if by collecting them, we'll somehow build a happiness that won't break. Yet, the moments of fulfillment that come from others can be fleeting, fragile, and conditional. What if true emotional independence, the kind that brings lasting contentment, is something entirely different? Happiness that relies on others is often a happiness on shaky ground. It can be joyful one moment, heart-wrenching the next, depending on external circumstances. Many of us can relate to the feeling of a compliment lifting our spirits for a few hours, or a critique plunging us into self-doubt. Emotional independence means finding stability within ourselves, regardless of what others might think or say. This isn't about isolating ourselves from others or becoming immune to feedback. Instead, it's about grounding ourselves in an unshakable foundation of self-acceptance and personal values that keep us steady, no matter the weather around us. One of the first lessons in emotional independence is understanding that while connections with others can enrich our lives, they should never define us. People will naturally come and go. Some will lift us up, while others may let us down. When we place our happiness in the hands of others, we're at the mercy of forces we cannot control. Emotional independence is like building a home within yourself, a safe space where you can return no matter what the world brings to your doorstep. This internal sanctuary gives you the strength to be genuinely present with others without needing their approval or fearing their judgment. It frees you to be authentic, which brings a sense of joy that's immune to external highs and lows. In a society that often rewards conformity, emotional independence asks you to set your standards, rooted in your deepest values and beliefs. It means knowing yourself enough to understand what truly matters, so that you can protect your peace regardless of the opinions or reactions of those around you. A significant part of this process is recognizing and appreciating your worth without needing external proof. Learning to value yourself from within, even without applause or recognition, brings a profound sense of peace and satisfaction. By setting your self-worth on an inner foundation, you are no longer destabilized by others' judgments or approval. At the heart of emotional independence is self-acceptance, the ability to recognize your strengths, your growth areas, and your unique essence without feeling the need to prove yourself. Embracing who you are doesn't mean being blind to personal growth, but rather honoring your worth as it is now, without any conditions attached. With self-acceptance, you're less likely to seek validation from others because you're not questioning whether you're enough. Instead, you feel at home within yourself, secure in your inherent value. This sense of self becomes your anchor, allowing you to navigate life with resilience and confidence. Self-reflection is a powerful tool for building emotional independence. When you take time to understand your thoughts, beliefs, and emotional patterns, you become more self-aware. You're able to recognize when you're seeking validation or approval and question whether it's aligned with your values. This awareness gives you the choice to step back, refocus, and remind yourself of your inner worth rather than reacting impulsively to others' opinions. Through regular self-reflection, you gain clarity on who you are and what matters to you, creating a life that's authentically yours. Detaching from others' approval doesn't mean rejecting their opinions outright. It means cultivating an inner discernment that allows you to filter feedback through your own values and self-knowledge. When you understand yourself deeply, you can consider others' opinions without feeling pressured to conform. You gain the freedom to listen, assess, and make choices that resonate with you, rather than striving to meet others' expectations. This discernment allows you to build relationships from a place of mutual respect rather than dependence, enriching your interactions without compromising your independence. Boundary setting is another essential element of emotional independence. Boundaries are not walls to keep others out, but guidelines to protect your peace and maintain balance. They help you define where you end and others begin, which is vital for sustaining your inner equilibrium. Boundaries allow you to give freely without feeling drained or taken advantage of. When you respect your boundaries, you teach others to respect them too. In doing so, you create relationships that honor each person's space, allowing for healthy connection without compromising your sense of self. One of the great challenges in developing emotional independence is learning to be comfortable with solitude. Often, the urge to seek validation stems from a fear of being alone with ourselves. But solitude, when embraced, becomes a source of strength and insight. Time spent alone allows you to reconnect with your values, process your thoughts, and recharge without the influence of external voices. Through solitude, you cultivate a friendship with yourself, fostering a contentment that doesn't depend on others. This self-reliance becomes a wellspring of resilience and confidence. Letting go of the need to be liked by everyone is liberating. Emotional independence isn't about pleasing others, it's about being true to yourself. When you stop bending to fit others' expectations, you create space for real, genuine relationships based on authenticity, not pretense. You attract people who appreciate you for who you are, and you're less affected by those who may not understand or agree with you. This shift allows you to live more freely, without the constant worry of how others perceive you, which brings a lasting sense of peace and freedom. Resilience is a core benefit of emotional independence. Life is unpredictable, and not everyone will treat us kindly. When your happiness doesn't rely on others' approval, you're less likely to be thrown off balance by rejection or criticism. Instead, you can process challenging interactions with a clear mind, learning from them without letting them define you. This resilience means that while you may feel the sting of disappointment, it won't derail you. Your sense of worth remains steady, allowing you to bounce back and move forward with confidence. True independence means knowing that while love and companionship are beautiful parts of life, they are not the sole sources of your happiness. You appreciate relationships for what they add to your life, but understand that your inner peace doesn't depend on them. This perspective allows you to give and receive love freely without attaching your self-worth to another person's presence or approval. It's a love that's grounded in strength rather than need. A love that complements your independence rather than replaces it. Self-compassion plays a key role in emotional independence. By treating yourself with kindness and understanding, you create a buffer against the harshness of external criticism. Self-compassion allows you to acknowledge mistakes and setbacks without internalizing them as failures. Instead of beating yourself up, you learn to comfort and encourage yourself, fostering an inner resilience that doesn't depend on others. This kindness toward yourself becomes a source of emotional support that sustains you through life's ups and downs. Letting go of comparisons is crucial in cultivating emotional independence. When you constantly measure yourself against others, you surrender your self-worth to an endless cycle of judgment. By releasing this habit, you free yourself from the pressure to be better than others and instead focus on being the best version of yourself. This shift brings a sense of contentment that comes from within, unaffected by others' achievements or perceived flaws. You find peace in knowing that your journey is uniquely yours, worthy of respect in its own right. Emotional independence empowers you to approach life with a sense of purpose and direction. Instead of drifting along with others' expectations, you create your own path, one that reflects your values and aspirations. This purpose-driven approach gives your life meaning, making you less reliant on others for a sense of fulfillment. When you live with purpose, you find a deep sense of satisfaction in your actions and choices, grounded in your values rather than external validation. This gives you a sense of inner fulfillment that no outside source can replicate. Developing emotional independence is a journey, not a destination. There will be moments of doubt and times when you find yourself slipping back into old patterns, but each step toward independence strengthens your ability to stand tall, no matter the circumstances. This journey is about progress, not perfection, and every effort you make to become more self-reliant builds a foundation of strength and resilience that will support you throughout your life. The freedom that comes from emotional independence allows you to live with integrity. When your actions align with your values, you experience a sense of peace and fulfillment that can't be matched by external approval. Integrity becomes your guide, helping you make choices that reflect your true self. This authenticity brings a quiet, lasting happiness, one that doesn't waver with others' opinions or judgments. Living with integrity means honoring yourself, creating a life that feels genuine and deeply fulfilling. Taking responsibility for our own happiness and emotional stability is the foundation of emotional independence. As we step into this next phase, it's time to delve deeper into the essence of maintaining that inner peace and strength. Life, with all its demands and chaos, often pulls us away from our center, tempting us to seek contentment outside ourselves. But to truly cultivate a life of enduring happiness, there's an inner garden within each of us that needs tending, where resilience, joy, and peace can grow in abundance if we nurture it. Just as a garden thrives when carefully looked after, so too does our emotional well-being when we treat it with intention and care. Cultivating this inner garden isn't about escaping the world, but learning how to bloom from within, no matter the external climate. Taking ownership of our emotional space means nourishing our thoughts, setting boundaries, and creating a foundation that remains unshaken by the day-to-day storms. Through careful self-nurturing, we find a peace that blossoms naturally, untouched by the need for external validation or approval. In tending to our inner garden, we start by understanding the power of our thoughts. Thoughts shape our emotions, and emotions influence our actions. By recognizing the impact of our thinking, we can begin to shift from negative patterns to those that foster growth and positivity. Taking charge of our thoughts doesn't mean forcing ourselves to be optimistic all the time. Rather, it involves gently guiding ourselves away from unhelpful thoughts and cultivating ones that uplift and encourage us. In this way, we become active participants in our emotional well-being rather than passive recipients of whatever feelings come our way. Awareness of our mental patterns allows us to step back and observe our thoughts without becoming entangled in them. This awareness is the key to understanding the way our mind operates, and it opens the door to change. By practicing mindfulness, we learn to recognize thought patterns that don't serve us and replace them with healthier ones. This mindful approach gives us the freedom to choose how we respond to challenges, making it possible to remain calm and steady even in difficult situations. Another essential aspect of cultivating inner peace is embracing self-compassion. Often, we are kinder to others than we are to ourselves, judging our mistakes harshly and holding on to guilt long after it serves any purpose. Self-compassion involves treating ourselves with the same understanding and kindness we would extend to a friend. By letting go of perfectionism and embracing our humanness, we create a space where growth becomes possible. Self-compassion nurtures resilience and empowers us to recover more quickly from setbacks. In our inner garden, boundaries are the fences that protect our peace. Healthy boundaries allow us to decide what energy we let in and what we keep out. Setting boundaries is an act of self-respect, a way of valuing our needs and emotions without apology. This practice prevents burnout and keeps us from becoming overwhelmed by the expectations of others. Boundaries are not about isolating ourselves. They're about creating a space where we can be our best selves, giving from a place of wholeness rather than depletion. A commitment to regular self-reflection is another vital part of emotional well-being. Reflection gives us a chance to look within, to check in with ourselves and understand our motivations, desires, and feelings. Through this process, we gain insight into what truly fulfills us, enabling us to make choices that align with our authentic self. Self-reflection allows us to assess our progress, celebrate our growth, and adjust our path when necessary, keeping us connected to our values and purpose. In any garden, weeds threaten to crowd out the healthy plants, and our minds are no different. Negative beliefs, unresolved emotions, and old resentments can take root if left unaddressed, stifling our happiness and peace. Clearing these emotional weeds is essential to cultivating a thriving inner garden. This may involve letting go of grudges, facing past pain, or challenging limiting beliefs that hold us back. By removing these obstacles, we make space for positive growth, allowing our inner landscape to flourish. Forgiveness plays a crucial role in emotional well-being, not for others' sake, but for our own. Holding on to anger and resentment can weigh us down, filling our inner garden with bitterness that prevents us from fully experiencing joy. Forgiving others and ourselves is a powerful act of release, freeing us from the grip of the past. It's an acknowledgement that we are ready to move forward, no longer bound by the hurtful actions of others or our own mistakes. This release allows us to cultivate a fresh start, nurturing an environment of acceptance and peace. Gratitude is the sunlight that nourishes our inner garden. By focusing on the positive aspects of our lives, we shift our attention away from what we lack and toward what we have. Practicing gratitude doesn't mean ignoring life's challenges, but appreciating the beauty and kindness that exist alongside them. This simple practice can profoundly change our outlook, filling our days with a sense of abundance and joy. Gratitude helps us see life's richness, reminding us that even in difficult times, there is much to be thankful for. One way to cultivate gratitude is by keeping a journal where we write down moments of joy, big or small. This practice anchors us in the present, highlighting the everyday blessings that we might otherwise overlook. It encourages us to appreciate the simple pleasures, a warm cup of tea, a friendly conversation, or a moment of quiet. Over time, this habit transforms our perspective, making gratitude a natural part of our mindset and enhancing our overall well-being. A balanced routine is essential for emotional health. Just as plants need consistent care, we thrive when we maintain a regular rhythm that includes time for work, rest, and play. A balanced routine grounds us, providing stability and reducing stress. It ensures that we're not constantly drained or overstimulated, allowing us to approach each day with a calm and centered mind. By prioritizing rest and leisure, we give ourselves the energy needed to face life's challenges with resilience. Another aspect of emotional well-being is the ability to adapt. Life's unpredictability often disrupts our plans, challenging our expectations and routines. Emotional adaptability means accepting change without losing our inner balance. It involves finding new ways to move forward when faced with obstacles and viewing change as an opportunity for growth rather than a setback. This flexibility helps us remain peaceful even in uncertain times, knowing that our strength lies in our ability to adjust. Self-care is an act of self-respect, not a luxury. Tending to our physical, mental, and emotional needs is essential for cultivating a peaceful inner state. When we neglect self-care, we deplete our energy, leaving ourselves vulnerable to stress and burnout. By taking the time to nurture ourselves, we strengthen our resilience and capacity for joy. Self-care is an investment in our well-being, enabling us to show up fully in our relationships and responsibilities. The practice of mindfulness deepens our connection to the present moment. When we are mindful, we experience life as it is, without being overwhelmed by thoughts of the past or future. This awareness allows us to savor each moment, bringing a sense of calm and clarity. Mindfulness helps us engage with life more fully, reducing stress and enhancing our appreciation of the simple joys around us. By cultivating mindfulness, we create an inner garden that is calm and grounded. Letting go of the need for control brings peace to our inner world. Often, we exhaust ourselves trying to manage every detail, believing that control will bring security. But life's unpredictability makes complete control impossible, and the pursuit of it can lead to frustration. By accepting what we cannot change, we free ourselves from unnecessary worry, allowing us to focus on what is within our power. This acceptance brings a profound sense of relief and contentment. Patience is an essential quality for inner growth. Just as a garden takes time to flourish, emotional well-being develops gradually. Patience allows us to be gentle with ourselves, understanding that growth is a journey, not a race. It encourages us to celebrate small victories, to learn from setbacks, and to keep moving forward without becoming discouraged. Patience cultivates a resilient spirit, one that can weather life's challenges with grace. Building a strong inner foundation allows us to stand resilient and at peace, yet emotional dependency can quietly seep in, shaking that balance. Emotional dependency often disguises itself as attachment or love, but in reality, it can lead to a life bound by others' opinions, actions, and approval. When we rely on external sources for validation and happiness, we become vulnerable to disappointment, insecurity, and fear of rejection. But there is a way to break free from these chains, to live with a sense of inner stability that doesn't depend on anyone else. The journey to independence isn't about isolation or emotional detachment. It's about finding wholeness within so that relationships enhance our lives rather than define them. Breaking free from emotional dependency begins with self-awareness. Recognizing when we are leaning too heavily on others for validation or security is essential. This awareness helps us understand the underlying reasons why we may feel incomplete or insecure without others' approval. Often, emotional dependency is rooted in self-doubt or unresolved fears of inadequacy, leading us to seek reassurance outside ourselves. By becoming aware of these patterns, we can start to untangle the emotional knots and build confidence from within. One effective step in reducing emotional dependency is to set small personal goals that don't rely on external validation. Achieving these goals builds a sense of self-worth that is based on personal effort and progress rather than others' approval. These goals don't have to be grand. They can be as simple as learning a new skill or dedicating time to a hobby. Each achievement strengthens our self-confidence, showing us that we are capable and complete in ourselves. Over time, this practice nurtures a sense of independence that becomes the foundation of our self-worth. Practicing self-acceptance is another crucial aspect of breaking free from emotional dependency. When we fully accept ourselves, flaws and all, we're less likely to seek validation from others. Self-acceptance isn't about ignoring areas for growth. It's about embracing our authentic selves, understanding that we are enough as we are. This acceptance creates a deep inner peace that makes us less reactive to others' opinions or actions. Instead of feeling insecure or needy, we become comfortable in our skin, grounded in the understanding that our worth doesn't fluctuate based on external factors. Learning to be comfortable with solitude plays a transformative role in overcoming emotional dependency. Often, the need for others' company stems from an underlying discomfort with being alone. Solitude, when embraced, becomes a sanctuary where we can connect with ourselves, reflect on our desires, and recharge. Spending time alone allows us to cultivate a sense of contentment that doesn't rely on others, helping us develop a rich inner life. As we grow more comfortable with solitude, we begin to realize that we are whole on our own, and we appreciate relationships without depending on them for fulfillment. Developing emotional boundaries is essential for independence. Boundaries protect our inner peace and allow us to give and receive in relationships without losing ourselves. They help us understand where we end and others begin, allowing us to engage without becoming overly reliant on someone else's feelings or actions. Establishing these boundaries requires clarity about our values and needs. By setting boundaries, we communicate to ourselves and others that we respect our emotional space. This practice strengthens our independence and ensures that we maintain our sense of self within relationships. Building self-confidence is a powerful antidote to emotional dependency. When we believe in our abilities and trust our decisions, we are less likely to rely on others for reassurance. Self-confidence comes from taking small, consistent steps toward our goals, learning from setbacks, and celebrating progress. Each step reinforces our belief in ourselves, making us less vulnerable to others' opinions or validation. Over time, this confidence transforms our relationships, allowing us to engage with others from a place of strength rather than neediness. One way to cultivate self-confidence is by practicing self-compassion. Often, we depend on others to fill emotional voids because we judge ourselves harshly or feel unworthy. Self-compassion involves treating ourselves with kindness, forgiving our mistakes, and encouraging ourselves through challenges. When we practice self-compassion, we no longer need others to validate our worth. We become our own source of support and comfort. This inner kindness fosters resilience, empowering us to face life's challenges without relying on others to make us feel whole. Letting go of the need to control others' reactions is an important step in freeing ourselves from dependency. Often, emotional dependency arises when we try to manage how others feel about us or behave around us. This need for control can create tension and insecurity as we place our happiness in others' hands. Letting go of this need means accepting that we cannot control anyone but ourselves. This acceptance brings peace, allowing us to focus on our own growth and well-being rather than becoming entangled in others' perceptions or responses. Emotional independence also involves learning to manage our own emotions effectively. When we depend on others to make us feel better, we surrender our emotional control. Developing healthy coping mechanisms allows us to handle difficult emotions without relying on others. Techniques such as deep breathing, journaling, and mindfulness help us process our feelings in a constructive way. By managing our emotions independently, we become more resilient and self-reliant, able to face life's ups and downs without needing constant support from others. Another important practice in overcoming dependency is to shift our mindset from seeking approval to seeking personal growth. When we focus on self-improvement rather than others' opinions, we become less concerned with how we're perceived and more engaged in becoming the best version of ourselves. This shift empowers us to make choices based on our values rather than the desire to be liked. By prioritizing growth over approval, we free ourselves from dependency and cultivate a life that aligns with our authentic selves. As we free ourselves from emotional dependency, the need to protect our inner peace becomes essential. This protection often comes in the form of boundaries. Boundaries are not walls that separate us from others, but rather guidelines that safeguard our emotional health. They allow us to engage with the world without losing ourselves. Setting boundaries can feel challenging, especially when we're used to pleasing others or when we fear rejection. Yet, these boundaries are powerful tools that empower us to live authentically, align with our values, and protect our well-being. Boundaries invite us to create a life that is not reactive to external pressures, but rooted in personal peace and purpose. Boundaries serve as a reminder of where we end and others begin. They define our emotional space, ensuring that we have room to breathe, reflect, and grow. When we clearly understand our boundaries, we're less likely to be swayed by others' expectations or demands. This clarity provides a sense of autonomy and independence, allowing us to interact with others from a place of strength rather than obligation. Through boundaries, we honor our own needs without compromising our relationships. Learning to set boundaries starts with understanding our values. When we know what truly matters to us, it becomes easier to identify where to draw the line. Boundaries rooted in our values are stronger and more enduring because they reflect our deepest beliefs and priorities. This process requires self-reflection, a willingness to look within and ask ourselves what we need to feel respected, safe, and fulfilled. By connecting boundaries to our values, we create a framework that supports our well-being and fosters respectful interactions with others. Communicating boundaries effectively is a skill that takes practice. It involves expressing our needs clearly and assertively, without anger or defensiveness. When we communicate boundaries from a place of calm confidence, others are more likely to understand and respect them. This clarity reduces misunderstandings and creates a foundation for healthy relationships built on mutual respect. By communicating boundaries openly, we empower ourselves and encourage others to engage with us in ways that are supportive and respectful. Enforcing boundaries is as important as setting them. A boundary without enforcement is like a door without a lock. It may appear solid, but it doesn't offer real protection. Enforcing boundaries requires consistency and a commitment to honoring our needs, even when it's uncomfortable. This may mean saying no, stepping back, or reaffirming our stance when others push against our limits. Enforcing boundaries strengthens our resolve and reinforces our sense of self-respect, showing others that we take our well-being seriously. Boundaries teach us the art of saying no without guilt. Often we feel obligated to say yes to avoid disappointing others or because we fear conflict. However, saying yes at the expense of our well-being can lead to resentment and burnout. Learning to say no respectfully and confidently is an essential aspect of setting boundaries. This doesn't mean rejecting others unkindly. Rather, it's about prioritizing our needs and protecting our energy. Saying no when necessary is an act of self-care, a way to honor our limits and ensure that we have the resources to give fully when we choose to. Setting boundaries also involves learning to detach from others' reactions. When we set boundaries, not everyone will respond positively. Some may push back, question, or even feel hurt. But emotional boundaries are not about controlling others' responses. They're about protecting our well-being. Detachment doesn't mean indifference. It means respecting others' feelings while staying true to our needs. By detaching from others' reactions, we maintain our peace and prevent their responses from influencing our decisions. Boundaries are especially important in maintaining balance in relationships. When we lack boundaries, relationships can become unbalanced, with one person's needs dominating the interaction. Boundaries ensure that both individuals have space to express themselves and respect each other's individuality. This balance fosters healthier, more fulfilling relationships, allowing each person to feel valued and respected. In this way, boundaries create a foundation for mutual respect and support within relationships. Developing boundaries also enhances our self-esteem. When we stand up for our needs and set clear limits, we reinforce our self-worth. We affirm that our well-being matters and that we deserve to be treated with respect. This practice builds confidence and helps us approach life from a place of strength. By respecting ourselves enough to set boundaries, we become more resilient and less affected by others' opinions or actions. This self-respect is empowering, allowing us to engage with others without compromising our values. Boundaries encourage personal accountability. When we take responsibility for our needs and communicate them openly, we stop expecting others to read our minds or fulfill unspoken expectations. This accountability reduces misunderstandings and promotes honest communication, strengthening our relationships. By holding ourselves accountable for setting and maintaining boundaries, we cultivate a sense of autonomy and independence that supports our emotional well-being. The ability to set boundaries also enhances our emotional resilience. When we establish and maintain boundaries, we create a buffer that protects us from undue stress, emotional drain, and toxic interactions. This resilience allows us to navigate life's challenges without being overwhelmed by others' demands or expectations. Boundaries help us stay grounded, enabling us to respond to situations thoughtfully rather than react impulsively. This emotional resilience becomes a source of strength, allowing us to approach life with clarity and calm. Boundaries give us the freedom to focus on what truly matters. When we establish limits on our time and energy, we can prioritize activities and relationships that align with our values and goals. This focus reduces distractions and helps us invest in what brings us fulfillment and joy. Boundaries empower us to lead a life that reflects our passions and purpose, free from the pressure to please others or meet unrealistic expectations. This intentional approach to life fosters a deep sense of satisfaction and contentment. Learning to set boundaries also involves recognizing when they need to be adjusted. Boundaries are not rigid. They are flexible and adaptable to our evolving needs. As we grow and change, our boundaries may need to shift to reflect our current values and priorities. This adaptability allows us to maintain healthy relationships and protect our well-being over time. By regularly assessing our boundaries, we ensure that they continue to support our personal growth and happiness. Setting boundaries fosters emotional independence. When we are clear about our limits, we rely less on others to define our worth or meet our needs. This independence allows us to enjoy relationships without feeling dependent on them for validation or security. Boundaries empower us to be self-sufficient, giving us the freedom to connect with others from a place of wholeness rather than need. This independence brings a sense of peace, as we are no longer reliant on others to feel fulfilled. Boundaries encourage self-compassion. By setting limits on what we are willing to tolerate, we show ourselves kindness and understanding. This compassion reinforces our self-worth and helps us approach life with a gentler perspective. Self-compassion strengthens our ability to set boundaries without guilt, as we recognize that caring for ourselves is not selfish, but necessary. This compassionate approach creates a safe space within, allowing us to thrive without sacrificing our well-being for others. Boundaries also play a vital role in reducing stress. When we set limits on our time and energy, we prevent ourselves from becoming overwhelmed by commitments and obligations. This reduction in stress allows us to approach life with a calm mind, making it easier to manage challenges without feeling drained. Boundaries act as a filter, allowing us to focus on what truly matters while letting go of unnecessary pressures. This sense of peace enhances our quality of life and supports our overall well-being. Setting boundaries is an act of self-respect. It shows that we value our time, energy, and emotions and are willing to protect them. This self-respect enhances our relationships by teaching others how to treat us. When we respect ourselves, we naturally attract relationships that reflect that respect. This positive cycle reinforces our well-being, creating a foundation of mutual respect and support in our interactions with others. Learning to set boundaries also cultivates a sense of inner freedom. When we stop relying on others to validate our worth, we experience a profound sense of liberation. Boundaries allow us to define our path, free from the constraints of others' expectations. This freedom gives us the courage to pursue our goals, follow our passions, and live authentically. Boundaries empower us to create a life that reflects our true selves, unburdened by the need for external approval. As we strengthen our sense of boundaries and protect our peace, another obstacle often stands in the way of true contentment: perfectionism. Perfectionism disguises itself as ambition or high standards, but in reality, it can trap us in cycles of self-doubt and frustration. It can make us believe that we're never quite enough, that we must keep striving, achieving and polishing until we're flawless. Letting go of perfectionism isn't about lowering our standards or giving up on growth. It's about embracing the beauty of imperfection, allowing ourselves to grow and evolve without constantly feeling the pressure to be flawless. This mindset opens the door to a life of freedom, where each step forward is celebrated and growth takes precedence over unattainable perfection. Letting go of perfectionism begins with shifting our perspective. Instead of viewing mistakes as failures, we start to see them as opportunities to learn and grow. Perfectionism often teaches us to avoid errors at all costs, but this mindset can prevent us from trying new things or taking risks. When we redefine mistakes as part of the learning process, we free ourselves from the fear of failure. This shift empowers us to approach life with curiosity and openness, knowing that each experience, whether successful or not, brings valuable lessons that contribute to our growth. Embracing imperfection requires us to practice self-compassion. Perfectionism is often rooted in harsh self-criticism and unrealistic expectations, which can leave us feeling inadequate and frustrated. Self-compassion allows us to acknowledge our efforts and forgive ourselves for our perceived shortcomings. This kindness toward ourselves creates a safe space for growth, where we can take risks and explore our potential without the fear of harsh judgment. Self-compassion reminds us that we are worthy of respect and kindness, even when we make mistakes. Recognizing the difference between healthy striving and perfectionism is essential. While healthy striving motivates us to pursue our goals and develop our skills, perfectionism is driven by a fear of failure and a need for approval. When we focus on healthy striving, we set goals that align with our values and personal growth, rather than goals aimed at impressing others or meeting impossible standards. This shift in motivation allows us to approach challenges with enthusiasm and resilience, rather than anxiety and self-doubt. Learning to set realistic goals is another important step in letting go of perfectionism. Perfectionism often leads us to set unattainable standards, which can result in feelings of disappointment and frustration. By setting achievable goals, we give ourselves the opportunity to experience progress and success. Realistic goals create a sense of accomplishment and encourage us to keep moving forward, fostering a positive mindset that supports growth rather than perfection. This approach helps us appreciate our efforts and recognize our achievements, no matter how small. Celebrating progress over perfection allows us to acknowledge our efforts without waiting for flawless outcomes. Perfectionism often keeps us focused on the end result, dismissing the value of each step along the way. When we celebrate progress, we shift our attention to the journey itself, appreciating each moment of effort and improvement. This focus on growth helps us stay motivated and engaged, making the process of learning and developing more enjoyable. By valuing progress, we create a more sustainable path to personal growth and fulfillment. Practicing gratitude for our current abilities is a powerful way to counter perfectionism. When we constantly strive for perfection, we often overlook the skills and qualities we already possess. Gratitude helps us appreciate our strengths and achievements, fostering a sense of contentment that reduces the pressure to be perfect. This appreciation for ourselves as we are right now creates a foundation of self-acceptance which supports our growth without the need for perfection. Gratitude shifts our focus from what we lack to what we have, creating a more balanced and positive outlook. Letting go of the need for external validation is another key aspect of overcoming perfectionism. Perfectionism often leads us to seek approval from others as we try to meet their expectations or gain their admiration. This reliance on external validation can make us feel vulnerable and insecure, as our self-worth becomes tied to others' opinions. By focusing on our own values and goals, we become less reliant on outside approval, allowing us to pursue growth that is meaningful to us. This shift toward internal validation strengthens our sense of self-worth and independence. Accepting that we are all a work in progress helps us embrace growth over perfection. Perfectionism often demands that we have everything figured out, but the reality is that life is a journey of continuous learning and improvement. When we accept that we are always evolving, we free ourselves from the pressure to be flawless. This acceptance brings a sense of peace, allowing us to approach each day with openness and curiosity, knowing that growth is a gradual process. By seeing ourselves as works in progress, we cultivate a mindset that supports lifelong learning and personal development. Learning to trust the process is essential in letting go of perfectionism. Perfectionism often makes us anxious about results, causing us to rush or force outcomes. Trusting the process means having faith that our efforts will lead to growth, even if the path isn't always clear or linear. This trust allows us to focus on the present moment and engage fully in our actions without constantly worrying about the end result. By embracing the process, we find joy in each step of the journey, creating a sense of fulfillment that doesn't depend on perfection. Recognizing the value of vulnerability is a powerful antidote to perfectionism. Perfectionism often encourages us to hide our flaws and struggles, fearing that they make us less worthy or capable. However, vulnerability allows us to connect with others on a deeper level, fostering empathy and understanding. When we embrace vulnerability, we show up authentically, allowing others to see our true selves. This authenticity creates stronger connections and reduces the pressure to appear perfect. Vulnerability reminds us that we are human and that our imperfections are a natural part of our shared experience. Building resilience is another important aspect of overcoming perfectionism. Perfectionism can make us fragile as we fear failure and avoid challenges that might reveal our imperfections. Resilience, on the other hand, allows us to face setbacks with strength and perseverance. By developing resilience, we become more adaptable and open to growth, seeing challenges as opportunities rather than threats. This mindset shift empowers us to pursue our goals with confidence, knowing that we can handle difficulties and learn from them. Resilience strengthens our ability to grow without the need for perfection. Embracing self-acceptance is crucial in letting go of perfectionism. Perfectionism often leads us to believe that we must change or improve ourselves to be worthy. Self-acceptance, however, teaches us that we are enough as we are, even as we strive for growth. This acceptance doesn't mean complacency. It simply means acknowledging our inherent worth. Self-acceptance provides a stable foundation for growth, allowing us to pursue our goals without the pressure to prove ourselves. It creates a sense of inner peace, freeing us from the need to be flawless. Releasing the need for control is another step in overcoming perfectionism. Perfectionism often stems from a desire to control every detail, believing that this will lead to flawless outcomes. However, life's unpredictability makes complete control impossible. Letting go of this need allows us to adapt to change and embrace uncertainty. This flexibility reduces stress and creates space for creativity, allowing us to approach challenges with an open mind. By releasing the need for control, we find a sense of freedom and peace that supports our growth. Finding joy in the journey helps us break free from perfectionism. Perfectionism often keeps us focused on the destination, making it difficult to enjoy the present moment. When we shift our focus to the journey itself, we find fulfillment in the process of learning and growing. This perspective allows us to appreciate each step, each lesson, and each experience, creating a sense of contentment that doesn't rely on reaching a specific outcome. By finding joy in the journey, we cultivate a life that is rich in meaning and satisfaction, free from the constraints of perfectionism. As we embrace growth over perfection, a new challenge emerges: how we handle the unpredictable moments life throws our way. While striving for inner peace, we may still find ourselves pulled into reactive cycles, responding impulsively to stress, anger, or frustration. Self-control is the bridge between a life led by reaction and one governed by thoughtful response. Through Stoicism, we learn that the power to pause, reflect, and choose our actions is the ultimate freedom. This journey isn't about suppressing emotions or becoming unfeeling. It's about discovering the strength to master our impulses, allowing us to act with intention rather than being ruled by fleeting feelings. In this path to self-control, we cultivate a state of inner calm that endures even in life's most turbulent moments. Mastering self-control starts with awareness. Often, we react impulsively because we aren't fully aware of our triggers or automatic responses. By developing an awareness of our emotional patterns, we gain the power to pause before reacting. This pause creates a moment of clarity, allowing us to choose a response that aligns with our values rather than a reaction fueled by immediate emotions. Awareness is the foundation of self-control, enabling us to step back and observe our thoughts and feelings without being swept away by them. One of the key lessons in Stoic self-control is understanding that while we cannot control external events, we can control our reactions to them. This insight shifts our focus from trying to change the world around us to mastering our inner responses. By accepting that some things are beyond our control, we free ourselves from the frustration of trying to manage everything. This acceptance brings a sense of peace and empowers us to respond thoughtfully to situations, even when they are challenging or unpredictable. Self-control involves learning to separate emotions from actions. Emotions are natural responses that arise from our thoughts and experiences, but they do not have to dictate our behavior. Stoicism teaches us to feel our emotions without allowing them to control us. By acknowledging our emotions without acting on them impulsively, we gain the freedom to respond in ways that reflect our values. This separation between emotion and action allows us to engage with life more intentionally, leading to more fulfilling and peaceful interactions. Practicing mindfulness enhances our self-control by helping us stay present. When we are mindful, we are fully engaged in the current moment, which reduces the likelihood of reacting automatically. Mindfulness allows us to observe our thoughts and feelings without judgment, creating a mental space where we can choose our responses. This practice builds resilience, enabling us to approach challenges with calm and clarity. By staying present, we develop the strength to respond to life's difficulties thoughtfully rather than being driven by impulses. Developing patience is another essential aspect of self-control. Patience allows us to wait, to pause, and to consider our options before acting. In moments of frustration or stress, patience gives us the ability to step back and reflect, rather than react. This practice strengthens our resolve and helps us maintain a sense of inner peace, even in difficult situations. By cultivating patience, we enhance our capacity for self-control, making it easier to respond to life's challenges with grace and composure. Practicing delayed gratification strengthens our self-control by teaching us to resist immediate impulses in favor of long-term goals. Delayed gratification involves prioritizing what truly matters over what feels satisfying in the moment. This discipline helps us make choices that align with our values and aspirations, rather than reacting to short-term desires. By practicing delayed gratification, we build resilience and reinforce our commitment to our goals, empowering us to live with intention and purpose. Learning to manage stress is an important part of mastering self-control. When we are stressed, we are more likely to react impulsively, as our ability to think clearly becomes compromised. By developing healthy coping mechanisms for stress, such as exercise, deep breathing, or meditation, we enhance our ability to remain calm under pressure. This calmness strengthens our self-control, allowing us to respond thoughtfully to challenges rather than being overwhelmed by stress. Managing stress is essential for maintaining a clear mind and a steady heart in the face of adversity. Setting clear intentions helps us stay focused on our goals, making it easier to exercise self-control. When we have a clear sense of purpose, we are less likely to be distracted by fleeting impulses or emotions. Intentions provide us with a sense of direction, helping us make choices that align with our values and aspirations. By setting intentions, we create a framework that supports our self-control, guiding our actions and helping us stay true to ourselves even in challenging moments. Another important aspect of self-control is learning to let go of the need for immediate answers. In moments of uncertainty, we may feel tempted to react impulsively, seeking quick solutions to ease our discomfort. However, self-control involves the patience to sit with uncertainty, trusting that clarity will come with time. By releasing the need for immediate answers, we allow ourselves to respond thoughtfully rather than rushing into decisions. This patience brings a sense of peace and allows us to approach life's challenges with a calm and open mind. Practicing self-compassion supports our journey to self-control. Often, we react impulsively because we are hard on ourselves, holding unrealistic expectations of perfection. Self-compassion allows us to acknowledge our imperfections and forgive ourselves for mistakes. This kindness toward ourselves reduces the pressure to react defensively, creating a sense of inner peace that supports self-control. Self-compassion reminds us that we are human and that our worth is not defined by our reactions. This understanding empowers us to respond with grace rather than reacting out of fear or shame. Setting boundaries with ourselves is an important part of mastering self-control. Boundaries help us manage our time, energy, and emotions, reducing the likelihood of becoming overwhelmed or reactive. By setting limits on what we are willing to take on, we create a sense of balance that supports our well-being. These boundaries prevent us from overcommitting or spreading ourselves too thin, allowing us to approach life with a clear mind and a steady heart. Setting personal boundaries enhances our self-control, as we are less likely to be driven by stress or fatigue. Learning to respond rather than react requires us to take responsibility for our actions. When we take ownership of our responses, we stop blaming external circumstances or others for our behavior. This accountability empowers us to make conscious choices rather than acting on impulse. By taking responsibility for our actions, we strengthen our self-control and build a sense of inner strength. This ownership reinforces our commitment to growth, allowing us to approach life's challenges with a sense of empowerment. Embracing flexibility is an important aspect of self-control. Life is unpredictable, and rigid expectations can lead to frustration and impulsive reactions. By cultivating flexibility, we learn to adapt to changing circumstances without losing our sense of balance. This adaptability allows us to respond thoughtfully to life's challenges, even when things don't go as planned. Flexibility reduces stress and enhances our resilience, supporting our ability to approach situations with a calm and open mind. This flexibility strengthens our self-control, allowing us to navigate life's twists and turns with grace. Developing emotional resilience supports our journey to self-control by helping us manage difficult emotions. Emotional resilience allows us to experience emotions without being overwhelmed by them. This resilience enables us to face challenges with strength and composure, rather than reacting impulsively. By building emotional resilience, we create a stable foundation that supports our self-control, empowering us to respond thoughtfully to life's difficulties. This resilience is a source of strength, allowing us to face adversity with courage and calm. Focusing on long-term goals helps us stay committed to self-control. When we have a clear vision of what we want to achieve, we are less likely to be distracted by short-term impulses. Long-term goals provide us with a sense of purpose and direction, guiding our choices and helping us stay on track. By focusing on our long-term aspirations, we build the discipline to resist immediate desires, empowering us to make choices that support our growth and well-being. After exploring the depth of self-control and how Stoicism teaches us to respond thoughtfully, we arrive at a fundamental yet often overlooked part of inner strength: self-care. While self-control keeps us resilient, self-care fuels that resilience, providing the energy and well-being we need to live in alignment with our values. Yet, self-care is sometimes misunderstood, dismissed as indulgent or selfish, especially when we fear taking time for ourselves could let others down. However, Stoicism teaches that true self-care is not about indulgence, but about fulfilling our genuine needs to remain strong, balanced, and grounded. It is an essential practice that nurtures our capacity to give, connect, and grow without guilt or apology. When we care for ourselves, we honor the life we have and create a foundation from which to face each day with intention, strength, and peace. Self-care begins with acknowledging that our well-being matters. It's easy to feel as if prioritizing our needs is selfish, but in reality, neglecting ourselves only leads to burnout and resentment. By recognizing the importance of self-care, we take responsibility for our health and energy, ensuring that we have the capacity to meet life's demands with strength and grace. This acknowledgement allows us to view self-care as an essential practice, not a luxury, and it empowers us to take steps that support our physical, mental, and emotional well-being. Incorporating self-care into our daily lives involves creating routines that nourish our bodies and minds. These routines don't have to be elaborate or time-consuming. Even small acts of care, like taking a few minutes to stretch, enjoying a warm cup of tea, or practicing mindful breathing, can make a significant difference. By establishing daily self-care habits, we create a rhythm that grounds us, allowing us to approach each day with clarity and focus. These routines serve as reminders that our well-being is a priority, helping us stay centered and resilient in the face of life's challenges. Self-care also involves setting boundaries to protect our time and energy. When we constantly prioritize others' needs over our own, we risk becoming depleted and unable to give our best. Boundaries allow us to maintain a balance between caring for ourselves and supporting those around us. They provide the space we need to recharge, ensuring that we have the energy to engage meaningfully in our relationships and responsibilities. By setting boundaries, we create a foundation of self-respect, showing ourselves and others that our well-being is valuable. Another essential aspect of self-care is learning to say no without guilt. Often, we feel pressured to say yes to every request, fearing that saying no will disappoint others or make us seem unkind. However, saying no when necessary is an act of self-respect, a way to honor our limits and protect our well-being. When we say no to demands that drain us, we create space for activities and relationships that genuinely nourish us. This practice allows us to give freely when we choose to, without feeling overwhelmed or resentful. Listening to our bodies is a vital part of self-care. Our bodies often give us signals when we need rest, movement, or nourishment, but in the busyness of daily life, we may ignore these cues. By tuning in to our body's needs, we can respond with care and kindness, providing it with the rest and support it requires. This awareness fosters a deep connection with ourselves, allowing us to approach self-care as a responsive, intuitive practice. Listening to our bodies helps us stay attuned to our well-being, enhancing our ability to meet life's challenges with energy and resilience. Practicing self-compassion is another key element of self-care. Often, we are harder on ourselves than we are on others, holding ourselves to unrealistic standards and criticizing our perceived shortcomings. Self-compassion involves treating ourselves with the same kindness and understanding we would offer a friend. By being gentle with ourselves, we create a supportive inner environment that encourages growth without judgment. This compassion is a powerful form of self-care, as it allows us to nurture our well-being without the burden of guilt or self-criticism. Taking time for solitude is a deeply restorative form of self-care. In the quiet of solitude, we have the opportunity to reconnect with our inner selves, to reflect on our values, and to find peace within. Solitude allows us to step back from the demands of daily life, giving us the space to recharge and gain perspective. This time alone is not about isolation, but about cultivating a relationship with ourselves that supports our growth and well-being. Solitude provides a sanctuary where we can replenish our energy, allowing us to return to our responsibilities with renewed clarity and strength. Engaging in activities that bring us joy is a vital aspect of self-care. Often, we become so focused on productivity and responsibilities that we forget the importance of enjoyment. Activities that bring us joy, whether it's painting, dancing, gardening, or simply spending time in nature, replenish our spirits and remind us of the beauty in life. These moments of joy are not frivolous. They are essential to our well-being, providing the emotional nourishment we need to thrive. By making time for joy, we create a life that is rich and fulfilling, grounded in experiences that uplift and inspire us. Practicing gratitude is a form of self-care that nourishes our emotional well-being. When we focus on the positive aspects of our lives, we cultivate a sense of abundance and contentment that enhances our overall happiness. Gratitude helps us appreciate what we have, reducing the tendency to constantly seek more or feel dissatisfied. This mindset fosters inner peace, allowing us to approach life with a sense of fulfillment. By practicing gratitude, we create a foundation of joy and appreciation that supports our well-being and resilience. Rest is a fundamental part of self-care that is often overlooked. In a culture that values productivity, rest can feel unproductive or lazy. However, rest is essential for our physical and mental health, allowing us to recharge and recover from the demands of daily life. By prioritizing rest, we honor our body's need for renewal, ensuring that we have the energy to engage fully in our responsibilities and relationships. Rest is not a luxury, but a necessity, a way to care for ourselves so that we can show up with strength and vitality. Engaging in physical activity is another powerful form of self-care. Movement supports our physical health, reduces stress, and boosts our mood. Whether it's walking, dancing, stretching, or engaging in a favorite sport, physical activity helps us release tension and connect with our bodies. By incorporating movement into our self-care routine, we strengthen our resilience and enhance our overall well-being. Physical activity is a way to care for ourselves that nourishes both body and mind, supporting our ability to face life's challenges with energy and confidence. Practicing mindfulness enhances self-care by helping us stay present and fully engaged in each moment. When we are mindful, we experience life as it unfolds, without being overwhelmed by past regrets or future worries. This presence allows us to savor each experience, to connect with ourselves and others more deeply, and to find peace within. Mindfulness is a form of self-care that brings clarity and calm, enabling us to navigate life's challenges with grace and resilience. By practicing mindfulness, we create a life that is rich in meaning and fulfillment. Connecting with loved ones is a vital aspect of self-care that nurtures our emotional well-being. Meaningful relationships provide us with support, comfort, and joy, reminding us that we are not alone. By making time for connection, we strengthen our sense of belonging and create a foundation of love and support that enhances our resilience. Relationships are a source of joy and strength, a way to care for ourselves that enriches our lives and nurtures our spirits. By prioritizing connection, we create a life that is grounded in meaningful relationships and mutual support. Letting go of guilt is an important part of self-care. Often, we feel guilty for taking time for ourselves, as if our well-being is less important than others. However, self-care is not selfish. It is an essential practice that allows us to be our best selves. Letting go of guilt frees us to care for ourselves without hesitation, ensuring that we have the energy and strength to support those we love. By releasing guilt, we embrace self-care as a necessary and valuable practice, a way to honor our well-being and live with integrity. Engaging in creative expression is a powerful form of self-care that nourishes our inner world. Creativity allows us to explore our thoughts, emotions, and ideas, providing a space for self-discovery and healing. Whether it's through writing, painting, music, or any other form of expression, creativity enriches our lives and deepens our connection with ourselves. This creative self-care fosters a sense of joy and fulfillment, reminding us of the beauty within us. By making time for creativity, we cultivate a life that is rich in meaning and authenticity. As we learn to care for ourselves with compassion and attentiveness, we unlock a profound strength that allows us to anchor deeply within ourselves. While nurturing our well-being builds resilience, anchoring ourselves in that strength helps us stay balanced amid the emotional highs and lows of life. At times, life brings storms, unexpected challenges, moments of doubt, and waves of intense emotions. Anchoring ourselves means cultivating a place of calm within, a steady foundation that keeps us grounded when life feels overwhelming. Finding this inner stability isn't about avoiding emotions or denying experiences. It's about nurturing a strong sense of self, rooted in peace and understanding. This journey teaches us how to find comfort and clarity in ourselves, empowering us to face life's emotional tides with a deep sense of calm and assurance. Anchoring oneself begins with a conscious acceptance of emotions. Too often, we fear or resist difficult feelings, treating them as obstacles to be overcome or avoided. But emotions are an essential part of the human experience, signaling our needs, desires, and responses to the world around us. By accepting our emotions without judgment, we build a safe internal space where we can process feelings as they arise, without becoming overwhelmed. This acceptance creates a stable foundation, allowing us to experience emotions without being swept away by them. Instead of reacting impulsively, we learn to sit with our emotions, understanding that they are temporary and do not define who we are. The journey of self-anchoring is deeply tied to self-awareness. Awareness allows us to see our inner landscape clearly, to recognize patterns, triggers, and recurring thoughts that influence our responses. Self-awareness provides a map of our emotional world, helping us understand why we feel the way we do and offering guidance on how to navigate those feelings. This clarity reduces the impact of emotional waves, allowing us to approach challenges with a calm and grounded perspective. By developing self-awareness, we strengthen our ability to remain centered even when faced with powerful emotions, fostering resilience that is both thoughtful and composed. Emotional resilience is a crucial aspect of anchoring ourselves. Life is filled with both joys and difficulties, and resilience enables us to face challenges with a steady mind and an open heart. Resilience is not about hardening ourselves to pain. Rather, it's about building the strength to recover from setbacks and learn from every experience. When we cultivate resilience, we become less vulnerable to the changing tides of external circumstances, finding peace within ourselves that remains strong regardless of life's challenges. This resilience empowers us to stand firm in the face of adversity, creating a lasting inner foundation that supports our well-being. Mindfulness enhances our stability by helping us stay present in the moment. Often, we become overwhelmed by emotions because our minds dwell on past regrets or future uncertainties. Mindfulness brings us back to the present, grounding us in the here and now, where life unfolds moment by moment. By practicing mindfulness, we learn to observe our thoughts and feelings without becoming attached to them, allowing us to respond rather than react. This practice strengthens our inner calm, enabling us to approach life's emotional waves with clarity and peace. Mindfulness anchors us in the present, creating a sense of stability that remains unshaken by the ever-changing world around us. Self-compassion is a powerful tool for anchoring ourselves, especially during times of emotional turbulence. When we are compassionate with ourselves, we create an inner environment of understanding and support, reducing the harshness of self-criticism. Self-compassion reminds us that it's okay to feel vulnerable, that experiencing emotions does not make us weak. By treating ourselves with kindness, we build a strong foundation of self-respect and self-acceptance. This compassion acts as an anchor, keeping us grounded in self-love and allowing us to face life's challenges with a gentle and resilient spirit. Setting personal boundaries is another key element in becoming our own anchor. Boundaries protect our inner peace, allowing us to engage with the world without losing ourselves in others' emotions or expectations. By setting and maintaining boundaries, we create a secure space that nurtures our sense of self and respects our emotional needs. Boundaries are not barriers, but guidelines that help us manage our energy and stay true to our values. This practice creates a stable foundation, allowing us to interact with others from a place of strength rather than vulnerability. Boundaries anchor us in our truth, empowering us to remain centered regardless of external influences. Letting go of the need for constant approval strengthens our inner stability. When we rely on others for validation, our sense of self becomes fragile, easily swayed by others' opinions or judgments. By finding worth within ourselves, we create an unbreakable sense of confidence that isn't dependent on external sources. This shift allows us to live authentically, in alignment with our values and goals, without the need to please others. Anchoring ourselves in self-worth means we no longer seek fulfillment from others. Instead, we find it within, creating a sense of peace that is enduring and unshaken by others' perceptions. Practicing gratitude is a powerful way to enhance our inner anchor. Gratitude shifts our focus from what we lack to what we have, fostering a mindset of abundance and contentment. By appreciating the positive aspects of our lives, we reduce the power of negative emotions, finding joy in the present. This sense of gratitude creates a stable foundation that allows us to face difficulties with a balanced perspective. Gratitude anchors us in the richness of each moment, reminding us that even in challenging times, there is much to be thankful for. This practice nurtures a sense of peace and fulfillment that strengthens our ability to remain grounded. Developing self-trust is essential for becoming our own anchor. Often, we doubt our abilities or rely on others to guide our decisions, fearing that we lack the wisdom to navigate life on our own. Building self-trust means acknowledging our strengths, learning from our experiences, and having confidence in our judgment. This trust allows us to approach life with independence and courage, knowing that we are capable of handling challenges. By trusting ourselves, we create a stable foundation rooted in self-belief, empowering us to navigate life with assurance and clarity. Self-trust acts as a compass, guiding us through life's waves with confidence and resilience. Embracing a growth mindset strengthens our ability to remain grounded. When we view challenges as opportunities to learn rather than as threats to our self-worth, we reduce the fear of failure. A growth mindset encourages us to see each experience as part of our journey, allowing us to approach life's obstacles with curiosity rather than fear. This perspective fosters resilience and adaptability, creating a foundation of inner stability that remains strong even in times of difficulty. By embracing growth, we anchor ourselves in a mindset that values progress over perfection, empowering us to face life with an open and resilient heart. Practicing patience nurtures our inner stability by teaching us to trust the natural pace of life. Often we become anxious or reactive when things don't go as planned, seeking immediate answers or solutions. Patience allows us to sit with uncertainty, trusting that clarity will come in time. This calmness reduces the need for impulsive actions, allowing us to respond thoughtfully rather than reactively. By practicing patience, we cultivate a sense of peace that remains steady, even when life feels unpredictable. Patience anchors us in the present, reminding us that life unfolds in its own time and that we are capable of handling whatever comes our way. Finding inner stability also involves learning to release control. Often, we try to manage every detail, believing that control will bring security. However, life's unpredictability makes complete control impossible, and the pursuit of it can lead to frustration and anxiety. Letting go of the need for control frees us to adapt to life's changes with grace, creating space for acceptance and peace. By releasing control, we find a sense of freedom that supports our ability to face challenges with a calm and open mind. This flexibility anchors us in resilience, empowering us to navigate life's uncertainties with trust and confidence. Engaging in regular self-reflection enhances our ability to remain anchored. Reflection allows us to check in with ourselves, assess our emotions, and adjust our actions to align with our values. This practice helps us stay connected to our true selves, ensuring that we are not swayed by external pressures or distractions. Self-reflection fosters a sense of inner clarity, allowing us to approach life with a grounded and intentional mindset. By making time for reflection, we strengthen our anchor, creating a life that is rooted in self-awareness and authenticity. Connecting with nature is a powerful way to ground ourselves. Nature has a calming effect, reminding us of the beauty and simplicity of the world around us. Spending time outdoors allows us to reconnect with our senses, to breathe deeply, and to find peace in the natural rhythms of life. This connection with nature fosters a sense of harmony and balance, grounding us in a foundation of serenity that supports our emotional well-being. By embracing nature, we create a stable anchor that reminds us of the interconnectedness of all life and our place within it. As we anchor ourselves deeply in resilience and self-trust, a natural next step arises, the art of confidently saying no. This skill is a cornerstone of maintaining inner peace, yet it's often one of the hardest lessons to embrace. Many of us grow up with the belief that saying yes is a sign of kindness, helpfulness, or even strength, while saying no feels uncomfortable or selfish. Yet, when we overcommit, we end up drained, feeling resentful, and compromising our own needs. Saying no is not about rejecting people or isolating ourselves. It's about creating the space to honor our boundaries and protect our well-being. This practice empowers us to show up authentically, with energy and intention, rather than spreading ourselves too thin. Learning to say no confidently is a path to freedom, one that allows us to prioritize our health, goals, and peace without guilt or apology. Saying no begins with understanding that we have the right to set boundaries. Many of us hesitate to say no because we feel obligated to accommodate others, fearing that refusing will disappoint them. However, our time and energy are limited, and we must protect them to maintain our well-being. Recognizing that our needs matter gives us the confidence to say no when necessary, ensuring that we do not sacrifice our peace for the sake of pleasing others. This right to boundaries allows us to approach life with a sense of balance, engaging with others from a place of fullness rather than depletion. One of the key steps in saying no confidently is clarifying our priorities. When we are clear about our goals, values, and commitments, it becomes easier to make decisions that align with them. This clarity reduces the pressure to say yes to every request, empowering us to focus on what truly matters. By identifying our priorities, we gain the confidence to decline activities that do not serve our purpose, creating space for what genuinely fulfills us. This focus on priorities ensures that we invest our time and energy in meaningful pursuits, supporting our growth and well-being. Learning to say no with confidence involves releasing the fear of disappointing others. Often, we agree to requests out of fear that saying no will let someone down or make them think less of us. However, constantly saying yes can lead to resentment, as we sacrifice our needs to meet others' expectations. By letting go of this fear, we allow ourselves to make choices that align with our well-being. This release frees us from the pressure to please everyone, allowing us to live authentically and prioritize our needs without guilt. Practicing self-compassion is essential in learning to say no. Often we judge ourselves harshly for setting boundaries, feeling as if we are failing others by prioritizing our needs. Self-compassion helps us approach ourselves with kindness, recognizing that saying no is a necessary act of self-care. This kindness allows us to set boundaries without guilt or self-criticism, creating a supportive inner environment that values our well-being. By practicing self-compassion, we strengthen our ability to say no confidently, knowing that our worth is not defined by how much we do for others. Building self-trust is a powerful way to enhance our ability to say no. When we trust ourselves, we are less likely to seek validation from others, and we become more confident in our decisions. Self-trust allows us to stand by our choices, even when they may not align with others' expectations. This trust empowers us to say no without hesitation, knowing that we are acting in alignment with our values and goals. By building self-trust, we create a foundation of confidence that supports our ability to prioritize our well-being. Setting boundaries with kindness is a key aspect of saying no confidently. Saying no does not mean being unkind or dismissive. It means respecting our needs while communicating with empathy. By expressing our boundaries with kindness, we maintain healthy relationships without compromising our well-being. This approach fosters mutual respect, allowing others to understand and appreciate our need for balance. By setting boundaries with kindness, we create an environment of understanding and respect that supports both our well-being and our relationships. Recognizing that we cannot do everything is an important step in learning to say no. Often, we feel pressure to take on as much as possible, believing that more commitments equate to more success or worth. However, this mindset can lead to burnout as we spread ourselves too thin. By acknowledging our limits, we gain the freedom to say no to additional demands, allowing us to focus on what truly matters. This recognition of our limits helps us approach life with a sense of balance and clarity, ensuring that we do not sacrifice our well-being in pursuit of unrealistic expectations. Learning to say no involves practicing assertiveness. Assertiveness is the ability to express our needs and boundaries clearly and respectfully. When we are assertive, we communicate our intentions without apology or defensiveness, creating a sense of confidence and clarity. This practice helps us set boundaries without hesitation, ensuring that our well-being remains a priority. By practicing assertiveness, we develop the strength to say no with confidence, creating a life that reflects our values and respects our needs. Accepting that we cannot please everyone is a liberating aspect of learning to say no. Often, we try to meet everyone's expectations, fearing that saying no will disappoint or upset others. However, attempting to please everyone is an impossible task, one that can lead to frustration and resentment. By accepting that not everyone will be satisfied with our choices, we free ourselves from the pressure to say yes to every request. This acceptance allows us to prioritize our well-being without feeling responsible for others' reactions, creating a foundation of peace and confidence. Understanding that saying no is an act of self-respect is essential in prioritizing our well-being. When we say no to demands that compromise our peace, we honor our needs and boundaries. This self-respect reinforces our sense of self-worth, reminding us that we deserve to be treated with kindness and consideration. By viewing saying no as an act of self-respect, we gain the confidence to set boundaries without hesitation, ensuring that our choices reflect our values and support our well-being. This practice strengthens our inner peace, allowing us to live in alignment with our authentic selves. Developing resilience helps us handle the discomfort that may arise when we say no. Often, setting boundaries can feel uncomfortable as we fear conflict or rejection. Resilience allows us to face these challenges with courage, empowering us to prioritize our needs despite any discomfort. This resilience helps us stay committed to our well-being, even when saying no feels difficult. By building resilience, we create a strong foundation that supports our ability to set boundaries confidently, fostering a life that reflects our values and respects our needs. Creating a support system can also strengthen our ability to say no. When we surround ourselves with people who respect our boundaries, we gain the confidence to prioritize our well-being. Supportive relationships provide encouragement and understanding, reducing the pressure to say yes to every demand. This network of support reinforces our boundaries, allowing us to live authentically without fear of judgment. By building a support system, we create an environment that values our well-being, empowering us to say no with confidence. Practicing gratitude for our time and energy enhances our ability to say no. When we appreciate the value of our time, we become more selective about how we use it. This gratitude reminds us that our energy is precious, encouraging us to invest it in activities that align with our goals and values. By recognizing the worth of our time, we gain the confidence to say no to demands that do not serve our purpose. This gratitude strengthens our commitment to our well-being, empowering us to prioritize what truly matters. Focusing on long-term goals helps us stay committed to saying no when necessary. Often, we feel tempted to say yes to short-term demands, fearing that refusing will limit our opportunities. However, prioritizing our long-term goals reminds us that our well-being is essential for sustained success. By focusing on what we hope to achieve, we gain the confidence to say no to distractions, ensuring that our energy is directed toward meaningful pursuits. This focus on long-term goals reinforces our ability to set boundaries, creating a life that is balanced and fulfilling. Developing a positive mindset about saying no reduces the guilt that often accompanies setting boundaries. Instead of viewing saying no as a rejection, we can see it as a choice to prioritize our well-being. This positive perspective allows us to embrace boundaries as a form of self-care, free from guilt or hesitation. By adopting a positive mindset, we empower ourselves to say no with confidence, knowing that our well-being deserves to be valued and protected. This mindset shift fosters a sense of peace, allowing us to live authentically and in alignment with our needs. As we learn the power of confidently setting boundaries and prioritizing our well-being, we also encounter moments when life tests our resolve. Challenges arise that disrupt our plans, unsettle our minds, and often lead us to question our path. Yet, from a Stoic perspective, adversity holds within it a hidden potential, a chance to grow, to learn, and to strengthen our inner resilience. Rather than viewing challenges as obstacles to avoid, Stoicism teaches us to embrace them as stepping stones, each one shaping us into wiser, stronger individuals. Facing adversity with this perspective opens doors to transformation, where hardships become catalysts for personal growth. This approach is not about denying hardship, but about using it as fuel to evolve, adapt, and deepen our understanding of ourselves and the world. In reframing challenges as growth opportunities, we cultivate a mindset that not only endures, but thrives in the face of life's inevitable difficulties. Reframing challenges begins with the recognition that struggle is a natural part of life. Many of us grow up with the belief that life should be free from hardship, but in reality, it is through struggle that we gain strength. Accepting this truth helps us approach difficulties with a sense of purpose rather than resistance. Instead of avoiding challenges, we learn to face them head-on, knowing that each hardship brings valuable lessons. This acceptance shifts our mindset, allowing us to see adversity not as a setback, but as an essential part of growth. One of the most empowering aspects of reframing adversity is the opportunity to discover inner strengths we may not have known we possessed. Challenges often push us beyond our comfort zones, requiring us to dig deep and find resources within ourselves. This process reveals qualities like resilience, courage, and perseverance, which might remain dormant in times of ease. By viewing adversity as a chance to uncover these strengths, we transform our perspective, finding empowerment in moments that might otherwise feel overwhelming. Embracing a growth mindset is essential in viewing challenges as opportunities. A growth mindset encourages us to see difficulties as chances to learn rather than as threats to our self-worth. This perspective reduces the fear of failure, allowing us to approach life with curiosity and openness. When we adopt a growth mindset, we welcome challenges as part of our journey, seeing each one as an opportunity to expand our abilities and deepen our understanding. This mindset fosters resilience, enabling us to adapt to change and continue moving forward, regardless of the obstacles we face. Learning to embrace uncertainty is another key aspect of reframing adversity. Often, challenges bring with them a sense of unpredictability as they disrupt our expectations and plans. By embracing uncertainty, we become more adaptable, finding peace in the unknown. This acceptance of uncertainty frees us from the need for control, allowing us to respond to challenges with flexibility and creativity. By letting go of the need for certainty, we develop a resilience that thrives in change, turning adversity into a source of growth rather than fear. Practicing self-compassion is essential when facing adversity. In difficult times, we may judge ourselves harshly, feeling as if we should have done something differently to avoid hardship. Self-compassion allows us to approach ourselves with kindness, recognizing that struggle is a universal experience. This kindness creates a supportive inner environment, enabling us to process challenges without the added burden of self-criticism. By practicing self-compassion, we give ourselves the space to learn and grow from adversity, embracing the journey with grace and understanding. Developing patience is crucial in viewing challenges as growth opportunities. Often, we want to overcome difficulties as quickly as possible, seeking immediate relief from discomfort. However, growth takes time, and rushing through hardship can prevent us from fully absorbing its lessons. Patience allows us to sit with discomfort, trusting that each experience has something to teach us. This patience fosters resilience, empowering us to endure challenges with calm and composure. By embracing patience, we approach adversity with a sense of openness, ready to learn and grow. Building resilience is fundamental in reframing adversity. Resilience is the strength to recover from setbacks, to adapt, and to continue moving forward despite obstacles. When we cultivate resilience, we become less vulnerable to life's ups and downs, able to face hardship with a steady heart. This resilience empowers us to view challenges as opportunities for growth, knowing that each difficulty builds our inner strength. By developing resilience, we create a foundation that supports us through adversity, allowing us to emerge from hardship wiser and more empowered. Adversity often provides us with a chance to re-evaluate our values and priorities. When faced with challenges, we are forced to reflect on what truly matters, to let go of what no longer serves us, and to realign our lives with our core beliefs. This reflection deepens our understanding of ourselves, allowing us to create a life that is more authentic and purposeful. By seeing adversity as an opportunity for self-discovery, we gain clarity and direction, ensuring that our actions reflect our deepest values. Adopting a perspective of gratitude during adversity can be transformative. While it may seem counterintuitive, finding gratitude in difficult times shifts our focus from what we lack to what we have. Gratitude helps us appreciate the strength, support, and lessons that emerge from hardship, reminding us that even in struggle, there is much to be thankful for. This gratitude fosters resilience, allowing us to approach adversity with a balanced perspective. By practicing gratitude, we turn challenges into moments of growth, finding peace and purpose in each experience. Finding meaning in adversity enhances our ability to see it as a growth opportunity. Often, challenges lead to moments of self-reflection, prompting us to question our purpose and goals. By finding meaning in hardship, we create a sense of purpose that carries us through difficult times. This meaning provides motivation, reminding us that each challenge is part of a larger journey. By seeking meaning in adversity, we transform struggle into a source of inspiration, empowering us to persevere and grow. As we embrace challenges as opportunities for growth, there emerges an essential practice that empowers us to navigate life with clarity and intention: mindfulness. In the Stoic tradition, mindfulness is about cultivating a steady presence, a calm state of awareness that allows us to engage with each moment fully. This isn't merely about focusing on the present, but involves a deeper commitment to observing our thoughts, reactions, and surroundings with an open and grounded mind. Practicing mindfulness, the Stoic way, is a way of life, an approach that invites us to step back from the distractions and busyness that often consume our attention, replacing them with a sense of purpose and tranquility. By embracing mindfulness, we become more resilient to stress, more attuned to our values, and more capable of responding thoughtfully to life's demands. This journey towards presence teaches us to live meaningfully, finding fulfillment in the simplicity of each moment. Mindfulness begins with cultivating awareness of our thoughts. Often, our minds drift from one thought to the next, caught in worries about the past or anxieties about the future. This mental chatter can cloud our judgment and drain our energy. By developing mindfulness, we learn to observe these thoughts without becoming attached to them. This awareness allows us to recognize patterns, identify negative thinking, and focus on what truly matters. Practicing this form of awareness brings clarity, freeing us from the pull of unnecessary concerns and helping us stay grounded in the present. A key aspect of mindfulness is learning to observe our emotions without judgment. Emotions are natural responses to life's experiences, but when we become entangled in them, they can overwhelm us. By practicing mindfulness, we create a space where emotions can arise and pass without taking control of our actions. This practice enables us to respond to emotions with wisdom rather than reacting impulsively. Observing our emotions with a sense of curiosity helps us understand ourselves better, fostering self-compassion and emotional resilience. Mindful breathing is a powerful tool in the Stoic approach to presence. The breath serves as an anchor, a steady rhythm that brings us back to the present whenever our minds wander. By focusing on our breath, we calm the nervous system, reduce stress, and cultivate a sense of inner peace. This practice is accessible at any moment, making it a practical way to center ourselves in daily life. Mindful breathing reminds us that we always have a way to reconnect with the present, even in moments of stress or overwhelm. Incorporating mindfulness into daily activities deepens our sense of presence. Often, we rush through routine tasks without fully experiencing them, distracted by thoughts or external pressures. By bringing mindfulness to each action, whether it's eating, walking, or listening to a friend, we enrich our experience and connect with the world around us. This attention to detail enhances our appreciation for life's simple moments, fostering a sense of gratitude and contentment. Mindful engagement with daily activities transforms ordinary moments into opportunities for reflection and connection. Mindfulness also involves listening deeply, both to ourselves and others. In conversations, we often think about what to say next, rather than truly hearing the other person. By practicing mindful listening, we give our full attention to the speaker, allowing for genuine connection and understanding. This practice enhances our relationships, creating a sense of empathy and respect. When we listen mindfully, we communicate with presence and intention, fostering bonds that are grounded in mutual respect and awareness. Letting go of judgment is a fundamental part of practicing mindfulness. Often, we judge ourselves and others based on past experiences or assumptions, which can cloud our perspective. By observing without judgment, we create a mental space that is open and receptive, allowing us to see situations more clearly. This openness fosters compassion, reducing the tendency to criticize and increasing our ability to accept things as they are. Letting go of judgment creates a sense of peace, freeing us from unnecessary negativity and fostering a balanced outlook. Mindfulness encourages us to approach each day with intention. When we live on autopilot, we may find ourselves simply going through the motions, disconnected from our purpose. Practicing mindfulness helps us set clear intentions, guiding our actions with purpose and meaning. This intentional approach transforms our daily routines into purposeful experiences, allowing us to align our actions with our values. Living with intention brings a sense of fulfillment, as each moment becomes an opportunity to act mindfully and meaningfully. Developing patience is essential in the practice of mindfulness. Often we feel rushed or impatient, especially when things do not go as planned. Mindfulness teaches us to embrace each moment as it is, letting go of the need for immediate results. This patience allows us to engage with life fully, accepting that some things take time. By cultivating patience, we reduce stress and develop resilience, allowing us to approach challenges with calm and composure. Patience grounds us in the present, reminding us that growth and fulfillment are journeys rather than destinations. Practicing gratitude in mindfulness deepens our sense of presence. When we focus on what we are grateful for, we shift our attention from what is missing to what is present. This gratitude creates a sense of contentment, allowing us to find joy in the here and now. By acknowledging the positive aspects of our lives, we foster a balanced and optimistic outlook. Gratitude in mindfulness reminds us that life's richness is found in each moment, helping us approach each day with appreciation and peace. Self-compassion is an important part of mindfulness, especially in moments of challenge or self-doubt. Often, we are our own harshest critics, holding ourselves to unrealistic standards. Practicing self-compassion allows us to treat ourselves with kindness, recognizing that we are human and that growth takes time. This compassion creates a supportive inner environment, fostering resilience and self-acceptance. By embracing self-compassion in mindfulness, we reduce the pressure of perfectionism, allowing us to approach each day with gentleness and understanding. Mindfulness in nature is a powerful way to reconnect with the present. Spending time outdoors allows us to experience the beauty and tranquility of the natural world, bringing a sense of calm and clarity. Observing the sights, sounds, and sensations of nature reminds us of life's simplicity and interconnectedness. This connection with nature grounds us, reducing stress and enhancing our well-being. Nature invites us to be fully present, helping us cultivate a sense of peace and harmony that supports our mindfulness practice. Letting go of distractions is crucial in developing mindfulness. In a world filled with constant notifications, noise, and obligations, it can be challenging to remain focused on the present. By intentionally reducing distractions, we create a mental space that supports presence and awareness. This practice helps us reconnect with ourselves, fostering clarity and focus. Letting go of distractions allows us to approach life with greater attention and depth, ensuring that we are fully engaged in each moment. Mindfulness encourages us to embrace simplicity. Often we feel compelled to do more, acquire more, or be more, which can lead to stress and dissatisfaction. By focusing on what is essential, we simplify our lives, reducing the clutter that distracts us from what truly matters. Embracing simplicity allows us to appreciate life's basic joys, fostering a sense of contentment and peace. This simplicity creates space for mindfulness, helping us approach each day with a clear and open heart. Developing resilience through mindfulness helps us navigate life's challenges with strength and calm. When we practice mindfulness, we become more aware of our reactions and are better equipped to handle difficult emotions. This resilience allows us to face adversity without losing our balance, approaching challenges with a sense of inner peace. Mindfulness fosters a resilience that is steady and enduring, empowering us to respond thoughtfully rather than react impulsively. This resilience strengthens our ability to remain present, even in moments of difficulty. As we deepen our mindfulness and presence, we discover something essential to our inner peace and resilience. Our self-worth is inherent and cannot be negotiated. However, in a world that constantly tells us to seek validation through status, achievements, or approval, it's easy to feel that our value is something fragile and conditional. The Stoic approach teaches us to recognize our worth as something internal, unshakable, and independent of what others think or say. When we come to see our worth in this way, we step away from the endless cycle of seeking approval and instead find a lasting peace that is rooted in our own understanding of who we are. This journey of detaching from external validation invites us to build a life that isn't defined by external standards or opinions, but is instead guided by our own values and truth. Detaching from validation begins with understanding that true worth is independent of other people's opinions. When we constantly look to others for confirmation, we end up shaping our actions, thoughts, and even identities based on their expectations. This can leave us feeling fragmented and unsure of who we really are. By realizing that our worth is not dependent on anyone else's approval, we empower ourselves to make choices that align with our own beliefs. This recognition frees us from the burden of trying to fit into molds that others may have created, allowing us to live a life that feels both authentic and fulfilling. One of the most liberating parts of building inner worth is recognizing that we already have everything we need within ourselves. External validation is often pursued as a way to fill a perceived gap, a feeling that we are somehow not enough. But when we stop and examine this impulse, we find that we're searching for something that was within us all along. Understanding this helps us shift our attention from seeking validation to appreciating our inner strengths and values. By connecting to this inner source of worth, we move away from needing others to affirm our existence and find a deep contentment in simply being who we are. Building self-worth requires us to develop a clear understanding of our values. When we look outward for approval, it's easy to drift away from what truly matters to us, instead adopting the values or goals of those around us. But by clarifying our personal values, we create a foundation that doesn't shift with the opinions of others. These values act as a guide, helping us make decisions that reflect who we are. Living in alignment with our values fosters a sense of integrity and confidence, reinforcing that our worth is defined by our own standards, not by the expectations of others. Self-acceptance is a key component in detaching from the need for external approval. Often, we fall into seeking validation because we feel incomplete or believe we must prove our worth through the eyes of others. Self-acceptance allows us to embrace ourselves fully, recognizing that we are enough just as we are. This acceptance builds a foundation of inner peace, allowing us to release the urge to seek validation and instead focus on nurturing our own growth. By accepting ourselves without conditions, we create a space of self-compassion that strengthens our sense of worth and quiets the need for external praise. Practicing self-compassion is essential for cultivating a healthy sense of worth. Many of us are harder on ourselves than we are on anyone else, holding ourselves to impossible standards and harshly judging any perceived flaw. Self-compassion involves treating ourselves with the same kindness we would offer a friend, allowing us to recognize our efforts, acknowledge our challenges, and forgive our mistakes. This practice creates an internal support system so that rather than seeking validation from others, we learn to find comfort and reassurance within ourselves. Self-compassion reinforces that our worth is not dependent on perfection, but lies in our ability to grow and be kind to ourselves along the way. Detaching from validation also involves building resilience, particularly in the face of criticism. When we rely on others for validation, criticism can feel deeply personal, shaking our self-worth. Resilience allows us to view criticism constructively, seeing it as an opportunity to learn rather than as a reflection of our worth. This mindset helps us maintain a sense of inner stability, even when others don't agree with us or understand our choices. By developing resilience, we learn to stand confidently in our truth, recognizing that our worth remains intact regardless of external judgments. Setting boundaries is crucial for protecting our sense of worth. Boundaries allow us to establish what we will and will not accept, creating a safe space that supports our well-being. When we lack boundaries, it's easy for others' opinions or expectations to encroach on our sense of self. But with clear boundaries, we guard our time, energy, and values, allowing us to remain centered and aligned with our truth. Boundaries empower us to say no to situations that compromise our worth, reinforcing that our value does not hinge on the approval of others, but on honoring our own needs. Embracing our imperfections is another powerful step in detaching from validation. When we seek approval, it's often because we believe we must be flawless to be worthy. Embracing imperfection reminds us that we are complete, even with our flaws and struggles. This acceptance frees us from the impossible pursuit of perfection and opens us to a deeper understanding of our own value. By seeing our imperfections as part of our unique journey, we cultivate a sense of worth that is honest and whole, untainted by the need to appear flawless. Gratitude is a practice that shifts our focus from seeking validation to appreciating what we already have. When we constantly look outward for approval, we often feel a sense of lack, as though we are incomplete without others' affirmation. Practicing gratitude allows us to recognize and celebrate our strengths, our growth, and our journey. This gratitude strengthens our self-worth, as it reminds us of the abundance within us. By appreciating who we are and what we bring to the world, we move away from seeking validation and embrace a life filled with genuine contentment. A growth mindset is invaluable when detaching from validation. Often, the fear of failure drives us to seek validation as we worry about being judged or criticized. But a growth mindset encourages us to see failure as a stepping stone rather than a threat to our worth. This perspective empowers us to take risks, try new things, and learn from our experiences without the need for constant approval. By focusing on growth instead of validation, we reinforce our worth, knowing that each experience contributes to our journey. Trusting ourselves is a foundational aspect of intrinsic worth. When we seek validation, it's often because we doubt our decisions or abilities, looking to others to reassure us. Building self-trust allows us to rely on our own judgment, confident that we are capable of making choices that align with our values. This trust empowers us to act with authenticity, knowing that our worth is not tied to others' opinions, but rooted in our own understanding of ourselves. By trusting ourselves, we detach from the need for approval and move through life with a deep sense of inner security. Letting go of comparisons is essential for strengthening self-worth. When we seek validation, it's easy to fall into the habit of comparing ourselves to others, feeling that we need to measure up to their successes, appearances, or accomplishments. But comparison only distracts us from our unique journey, diminishing our self-worth by focusing on what we lack. By letting go of comparisons, we appreciate our individuality, recognizing that our value is not determined by how we measure up to others. This acceptance allows us to embrace our strengths and journey, free from the pressure to compete or conform. Connecting with our intrinsic worth frees us from the pursuit of validation. Intrinsic worth is the understanding that our value is inherent, not something we must earn or prove. By acknowledging this inner worth, we step away from the need for approval, recognizing that our worth remains constant regardless of external opinions. This awareness empowers us to live authentically, confident in the knowledge that we are enough just as we are. Intrinsic worth provides a foundation of peace and security, allowing us to face life's challenges with confidence. Developing a positive self-image helps us detach from validation. When we rely on approval from others, our self-image becomes fragile, easily influenced by external opinions. Building a positive self-image involves recognizing our strengths, embracing our growth, and accepting our flaws. This balanced self-perception creates a stable foundation that is not easily swayed by others' opinions. By cultivating a positive self-image, we reinforce our intrinsic worth, allowing us to navigate life with self-assurance and inner strength. Practicing mindfulness anchors us in the present, helping us focus on our own journey rather than seeking validation. The need for approval often arises from worries about the past or future, as we fear judgment or rejection. Mindfulness brings us into the present, reducing the power of these concerns. This presence allows us to connect with ourselves and fosters a sense of peace and contentment that supports our self-worth. By practicing mindfulness, we cultivate a life that values each moment for what it is, detached from the need for external validation. Self-empowerment is crucial in reclaiming our worth. When we constantly look for approval, we give others control over how we feel about ourselves. Self-empowerment means taking back that control, recognizing that we alone define our worth. This empowerment fosters independence, reminding us that our value does not hinge on the validation of others. By embracing self-empowerment, we reinforce our inner worth, creating a foundation of strength that allows us to live authentically and confidently. Embracing our self-worth independently of validation brings us to a natural next step, learning to accept our imperfections with compassion. In a world that often demands perfection, embracing our flaws may feel like a challenge, yet this acceptance is essential for genuine self-compassion. The Stoic approach teaches us that our imperfections are not burdens or failings, but are, in fact, integral to our human experience. Each flaw, each mistake, and each misstep holds the potential for growth, humility, and wisdom. By viewing ourselves with understanding, we begin to build a relationship with ourselves that is rooted in kindness and honesty rather than judgment. Embracing imperfections in this way is not about lowering standards. It's about seeing our whole selves and realizing that we are worthy of love and respect, even with all our flaws. This journey invites us to let go of the pressure for flawlessness, replacing it with a compassionate approach that honors the beauty of imperfection. Accepting our imperfections begins with understanding that they are an inherent part of the human experience. Many of us grow up with the belief that to be valuable or loved, we must be flawless, always meeting high expectations. But life, in its unpredictable nature, is filled with lessons, challenges, and imperfections. Recognizing that every person has flaws allows us to approach our own with acceptance, realizing that they do not make us any less worthy. This understanding frees us from the constant pressure to be perfect, allowing us to embrace our unique journey. Self-compassion plays a vital role in embracing imperfections. When we are kind to ourselves, we create a supportive inner environment that nurtures growth without judgment. Self-compassion allows us to see our flaws as part of our humanity, not as reasons to feel unworthy or inadequate. This kindness gives us the space to learn from our mistakes without feeling defined by them. Practicing self-compassion strengthens our resilience, helping us face life's challenges with a steady heart and an open mind. By being gentle with ourselves, we allow our imperfections to be a source of growth rather than shame. Developing patience is key in learning to accept our flaws. Often, we feel frustrated with ourselves when we fall short of our expectations, wishing we could change or improve instantly. But growth is a gradual process, one that requires time and understanding. Patience helps us approach ourselves with a sense of calm, allowing us to make progress without the pressure to be perfect. This patience fosters self-acceptance as we recognize that growth and self-improvement take time. By cultivating patience, we create a foundation of peace, embracing our imperfections as part of our journey. Recognizing our unique journey allows us to embrace our imperfections without comparison. Often, we fall into the trap of comparing ourselves to others, feeling as though we need to measure up to their achievements or qualities. But each person's path is different, shaped by unique experiences, challenges, and strengths. By appreciating our individuality, we release the need to be like anyone else, finding peace in our own journey. This acceptance frees us from the burden of comparison, allowing us to value ourselves as we are, flaws and all. Seeing mistakes as opportunities for growth is another powerful way to embrace imperfection. Mistakes are often viewed as failures, leading us to feel discouraged or inadequate. But each mistake is a chance to learn, to adjust, and to grow. When we view our mistakes as part of the learning process, we reduce the fear of failure, allowing ourselves to take risks and try new things. This perspective fosters a sense of resilience, helping us navigate life's challenges with confidence. By embracing mistakes as part of our journey, we find strength in our imperfections, knowing that they lead to growth. Learning to forgive ourselves is essential in accepting our imperfections. Often, we hold on to guilt or regret, feeling defined by past mistakes. Self-forgiveness allows us to release this weight, recognizing that we are deserving of understanding and compassion. Forgiving ourselves does not mean ignoring our flaws. It means acknowledging them and choosing to move forward with kindness. This forgiveness creates a sense of inner peace, freeing us from the burden of self-criticism. By practicing self-forgiveness, we reinforce our self-worth, knowing that we are worthy of love even with our imperfections. Embracing vulnerability is a powerful step in accepting our flaws. Vulnerability involves acknowledging our struggles, weaknesses, and fears without shame. When we are open about our imperfections, we allow ourselves to connect with others on a deeper level, fostering empathy and understanding. This openness reduces the pressure to appear perfect, reminding us that we are all human. By embracing vulnerability, we create a space of authenticity where we can be ourselves without fear of judgment. Vulnerability empowers us to live honestly, accepting our flaws as part of our true selves. Focusing on progress over perfection helps us embrace our imperfections. When we strive for perfection, we often feel discouraged by any setback or mistake, believing that they diminish our worth. But when we focus on progress, we value each step of growth, celebrating our efforts rather than fixating on an ideal. This shift in focus allows us to approach ourselves with kindness, recognizing that growth is a journey rather than a destination. By valuing progress, we reduce the pressure for flawlessness, finding contentment in our unique path. Practicing gratitude for our strengths helps us accept our imperfections. When we focus solely on our flaws, we overlook the qualities and abilities that make us who we are. Gratitude shifts our attention from what we lack to what we possess, fostering a sense of contentment and self-acceptance. By appreciating our strengths, we balance our perspective, seeing ourselves as whole and worthy even with our imperfections. This gratitude reinforces our self-worth, reminding us that we are valuable as we are. Developing self-trust supports our journey of embracing imperfection. Often, we doubt ourselves because we feel that our flaws make us less capable or worthy. Building self-trust involves recognizing our strengths, learning from our experiences, and believing in our abilities. This trust empowers us to make decisions that align with our values, even when we are not perfect. By trusting ourselves, we create a foundation of confidence, knowing that our worth is not diminished by our flaws. Self-trust helps us approach life with assurance, finding peace in our imperfections. Letting go of the need for control is an important part of accepting our flaws. Often, we strive for perfection as a way to control our environment or the outcomes of our actions. But life is unpredictable, and trying to control every detail can lead to frustration and disappointment. By letting go of this need for control, we allow ourselves to embrace life as it unfolds, with all its imperfections. This flexibility reduces stress and fosters a sense of peace, helping us accept our flaws as part of the journey. Practicing mindfulness helps us accept our imperfections with grace. Mindfulness encourages us to observe our thoughts, feelings, and experiences without judgment. When we are mindful, we notice our flaws without letting them define us, creating a balanced perspective. This presence allows us to approach ourselves with compassion, embracing our imperfections without criticism. By practicing mindfulness, we learn to see ourselves as whole, valuable, and complete, regardless of our flaws. Self-empowerment is essential in embracing our imperfections. When we seek approval from others, we often feel pressured to appear perfect or flawless. But self-empowerment allows us to reclaim our worth, recognizing that we do not need others' validation to feel valuable. This empowerment fosters independence, reminding us that we are enough just as we are. By embracing self-empowerment, we build a strong foundation of self-worth that supports our journey of accepting and celebrating our imperfections. Finding meaning in our imperfections helps us embrace them with peace. Every flaw, every mistake, and every struggle contributes to our growth, teaching us resilience, empathy, and humility. By finding meaning in our imperfections, we see them as part of our journey, each one adding depth and richness to our lives. This perspective reduces the need for flawlessness, allowing us to accept our unique path with grace. Finding meaning in our flaws fosters a sense of gratitude, helping us view our imperfections as valuable parts of who we are. Self-reflection supports our journey of embracing imperfections. By taking time to reflect on our experiences, we gain insight into our patterns, strengths, and areas for growth. This self-awareness allows us to understand our flaws without feeling defined by them, fostering a balanced sense of self-worth. Reflection encourages us to see our imperfections as opportunities for learning and development, creating a foundation of self-compassion. By embracing self-reflection, we build a relationship with ourselves that is grounded in honesty and kindness. Connecting with others who accept us as we are helps us embrace our imperfections. Supportive relationships provide a space where we can be open about our struggles, knowing that we will be met with understanding rather than judgment. This acceptance fosters a sense of belonging, reminding us that we are not alone in our journey. By surrounding ourselves with people who value us for who we are, we strengthen our self-worth, finding peace in our imperfections. As we embrace our imperfections with self-compassion, a natural shift occurs in how we relate to others. In a world that often measures relationships by numbers, social media followers, contacts, acquaintances, Stoicism offers a different perspective. Genuine connection is not about the quantity of relationships, but the quality and depth of those bonds. True connections are those where we feel seen, valued, and accepted, where the relationship is based on mutual respect and understanding. These meaningful relationships provide us with support and fulfillment, allowing us to share life's journey authentically. This approach invites us to seek fewer, deeper connections that add real value to our lives rather than numerous surface-level interactions. In choosing quality over quantity, we build a network of trust, empathy, and loyalty, relationships that encourage growth, honesty, and resilience. Focusing on quality in relationships starts with an understanding that true connection requires more than just time spent together. Genuine relationships involve listening, empathy, and a willingness to support one another. These qualities create a foundation of trust, allowing both people to feel safe and valued. By prioritizing these aspects, we ensure that our relationships are not just social obligations, but sources of comfort and encouragement. This approach fosters a sense of belonging as we build connections that reflect our values and support our growth. Choosing quality over quantity allows us to invest fully in each relationship. When we have fewer but more meaningful connections, we can dedicate more time, attention, and energy to nurturing them. This investment deepens our bonds, creating a strong foundation of mutual support and understanding. By focusing on a few close relationships, we build a network of trust where both people feel valued and respected. This focus on quality enriches our lives, as each relationship becomes a source of joy and resilience. In genuine connections, we find acceptance and understanding. Often, we seek relationships as a way to feel seen and valued, yet surface-level interactions rarely offer this depth. Genuine connections are those where we can be ourselves without fear of judgment, where our flaws and strengths are accepted equally. This acceptance fosters a sense of inner peace, as we no longer feel pressured to conform to others' expectations. By building relationships based on acceptance, we create a safe space to grow and explore our true selves. Stoicism teaches us to approach relationships with intentionality. When we are intentional about who we allow into our lives, we prioritize connections that reflect our values and support our well-being. This intentionality reduces the likelihood of draining or superficial interactions, ensuring that our relationships are sources of positivity. By being mindful of the people we surround ourselves with, we create a network of support and encouragement. This selective approach to relationships strengthens our resilience as we are uplifted by those who genuinely care. Building genuine connections involves embracing vulnerability. True relationships are those where we can share our joys, fears, and struggles without fear of judgment. Vulnerability fosters trust, creating a bond that goes beyond appearances or accomplishments. By allowing ourselves to be open, we invite others to do the same, creating a relationship that is rooted in authenticity. This openness deepens our connections, as both people feel safe to be themselves. Vulnerability strengthens our relationships, as it builds a foundation of honesty and trust. Authenticity is key in forming meaningful relationships. Often, we feel the need to present a certain image to be liked or accepted, but this can create distance rather than connection. By being true to ourselves, we attract people who appreciate us for who we are. Authenticity fosters a sense of belonging, as we are valued for our true selves rather than a facade. This honesty creates stronger bonds, as our relationships are based on genuine understanding. By embracing authenticity, we build connections that are fulfilling and enduring. Listening deeply enhances the quality of our relationships. Often, we are quick to offer advice or share our own experiences, but true listening involves giving our full attention to the other person. Deep listening allows us to understand others' feelings and perspectives, creating a sense of empathy and respect. This practice strengthens our bonds, as the other person feels valued and heard. By practicing deep listening, we build connections that are based on mutual understanding and compassion, fostering a sense of closeness. Empathy is essential in forming genuine connections. Empathy allows us to understand and share in the emotions of others, creating a sense of unity. This understanding fosters compassion, allowing us to support others without judgment. Empathy deepens our relationships as it bridges the gap between different perspectives and experiences. By approaching relationships with empathy, we create a safe space where both people feel understood and valued. This empathy strengthens our bonds, creating a foundation of mutual respect. Shared values enhance the depth of our relationships. While differences can be enriching, shared values create a sense of alignment that strengthens our bonds. When we connect with people who share our beliefs or goals, our relationships are naturally more supportive and harmonious. These shared values create a foundation of mutual respect, allowing us to support each other's growth and aspirations. By prioritizing relationships with shared values, we build a network of connections that reflect our purpose and vision. Trust is the foundation of any genuine relationship. Without trust, even close connections can feel uncertain or fragile. Trust allows us to feel safe, knowing that the other person has our best interests at heart. This trust fosters a sense of security, enabling us to be open and vulnerable without fear. Building trust takes time and consistency, as it is earned through actions, honesty, and respect. By cultivating trust, we create relationships that are resilient and enduring, a source of comfort in both joyful and challenging times. In meaningful connections, we find mutual support. True relationships are those where both people uplift each other, providing encouragement in times of need. This support creates a sense of partnership where each person feels valued and appreciated. By offering and receiving support, we strengthen our bonds, fostering a relationship that is balanced and reciprocal. This mutual support enriches our lives as we build a network of connections that nurture our well-being. Respect is a vital component of genuine relationships. Often, disagreements or misunderstandings can create tension, but respect allows us to navigate these moments with grace. When we respect others' perspectives and choices, we create a space where both people feel valued. This respect fosters a sense of equality, as each person's voice is heard and appreciated. By building relationships based on respect, we create connections that are resilient and fulfilling, even in times of conflict. Boundaries enhance the quality of our relationships. Boundaries allow us to define what is acceptable, protecting our well-being and ensuring that our relationships are healthy. By setting boundaries, we communicate our needs and values, creating a foundation of respect. This practice fosters mutual understanding as both people feel secure in the relationship. Boundaries strengthen our connections, allowing us to engage with others from a place of balance and respect. By honoring boundaries, we build relationships that are supportive and sustainable. Shared experiences deepen our bonds. When we engage in meaningful activities together, we create memories that enrich our relationships. These shared experiences provide a sense of connection as they remind us of our journey together. By prioritizing time and activities with those we care about, we build a foundation of closeness and trust. Shared experiences strengthen our relationships as they create a sense of unity and joy. Acceptance is crucial in building genuine connections. True relationships are those where we feel accepted, where our strengths and flaws are valued equally. This acceptance fosters a sense of belonging, as we no longer feel pressured to change or meet others' expectations. By embracing acceptance, we create a safe space for ourselves and others, fostering relationships that are grounded in respect and compassion. As we focus on building meaningful, authentic connections with others, we realize that one of the most impactful relationships we will ever nurture is the one with ourselves. Within this relationship lies a powerful dialogue, our inner voice. This voice can either uplift us or, if left unchecked, can become a source of negativity, self-doubt, and criticism. Stoicism teaches us the importance of inner dialogue, encouraging us to transform self-talk into a positive, constructive force. Silencing negative self-talk doesn't mean ignoring our faults or weaknesses. It's about creating an inner dialogue that supports growth, resilience, and self-compassion. By replacing criticism with encouragement, we cultivate a healthier mindset, one that fosters confidence, peace, and self-acceptance. This journey toward a kinder inner voice is a profound act of self-care, building a foundation of inner strength that helps us navigate life with grace and assurance. Changing negative self-talk begins with awareness. Often, we may not even realize the harshness of our inner voice, as self-criticism can become a habit over time. By becoming aware of these thoughts, we create an opportunity to understand and shift them. Awareness allows us to recognize patterns of negative thinking that undermine our confidence and self-worth. This initial step is empowering, as it opens the door to a more supportive inner dialogue. By practicing awareness, we gain insight into our self-talk, paving the way for transformation. Self-compassion is a key element in silencing negative self-talk. When we approach ourselves with compassion, we replace harsh judgment with kindness, creating an inner environment that is supportive and understanding. Self-compassion helps us forgive ourselves for mistakes, viewing them as opportunities for growth rather than as reflections of our worth. This gentle approach allows us to cultivate a healthier dialogue, one that uplifts rather than criticizes. By practicing self-compassion, we strengthen our resilience, fostering a mindset that is both kind and constructive. Replacing self-criticism with constructive feedback transforms our inner dialogue. Often, negative self-talk involves harsh judgments or unrealistic expectations. By shifting our focus to constructive feedback, we create a more balanced perspective, one that acknowledges areas for growth without diminishing our worth. Constructive feedback allows us to approach challenges with curiosity rather than fear, encouraging growth and self-improvement. This shift in focus nurtures a sense of empowerment as we learn to view challenges as opportunities rather than as setbacks. Setting realistic expectations is essential in cultivating a positive inner dialogue. When we hold ourselves to impossible standards, we set the stage for disappointment and self-criticism. Realistic expectations allow us to approach our goals with patience and understanding, reducing the likelihood of negative self-talk. By honoring our progress and acknowledging our efforts, we create a supportive mindset that encourages resilience. Setting achievable goals empowers us to celebrate each step forward, fostering a sense of accomplishment and self-worth. Developing a growth mindset supports healthier self-talk. A growth mindset encourages us to view challenges as opportunities to learn, reducing the fear of failure. When we believe in our ability to grow and adapt, we approach life with confidence, free from the burden of self-criticism. This perspective empowers us to face obstacles with resilience, knowing that each experience contributes to our journey. By cultivating a growth mindset, we build a foundation of inner strength, replacing negativity with encouragement and optimism. Self-forgiveness is a powerful tool in silencing negative self-talk. Often, we hold on to past mistakes or regrets, allowing them to fuel self-criticism. Self-forgiveness allows us to release this burden, recognizing that we are deserving of understanding and compassion. By forgiving ourselves, we create space for growth and healing, fostering a mindset that is gentle and encouraging. Self-forgiveness strengthens our resilience, reminding us that our worth is not defined by our past, but by our ability to learn and move forward. Reframing negative thoughts helps us create a healthier inner dialogue. Negative self-talk often involves limiting beliefs, such as "I can't" or "I'm not good enough." By reframing these thoughts into positive affirmations, we challenge these beliefs, replacing them with statements that empower us. Reframing shifts our focus from limitations to possibilities, allowing us to approach life with a sense of hope and confidence. This practice fosters a mindset of self-belief, encouraging us to trust in our abilities and potential. Practicing gratitude enhances our inner dialogue by shifting our focus from what we lack to what we have. Negative self-talk often stems from feelings of inadequacy or comparison, but gratitude reminds us of our strengths, experiences, and accomplishments. This shift creates a sense of contentment, allowing us to appreciate our journey without judgment. Gratitude fosters a balanced perspective, one that recognizes both our growth and our worth. By practicing gratitude, we cultivate a mindset of abundance, reducing the power of negative self-talk. Mindfulness is a powerful practice in silencing negative self-talk. Mindfulness encourages us to observe our thoughts without judgment, creating a space where we can choose our responses. This awareness allows us to recognize negative patterns and replace them with constructive thoughts. By staying present, we reduce the influence of past regrets or future worries, creating a mindset that is calm and focused. Mindfulness empowers us to approach our inner dialogue with clarity, fostering a healthier relationship with ourselves. Self-acceptance is essential in cultivating a positive inner dialogue. Often, negative self-talk stems from a belief that we must be flawless to be worthy. Self-acceptance allows us to embrace ourselves as we are, recognizing that we are enough without the need for perfection. This acceptance creates a foundation of inner peace, reducing the power of self-criticism. By practicing self-acceptance, we nurture a mindset of compassion, building a relationship with ourselves that is rooted in kindness and understanding. Setting boundaries with ourselves helps create a healthier inner dialogue. Boundaries allow us to define what is acceptable, ensuring that our self-talk supports rather than undermines our well-being. By setting limits on self-criticism, we create a mental environment that is safe and encouraging. This practice empowers us to challenge negative thoughts, replacing them with constructive ones. Boundaries protect our self-worth, reminding us that we deserve to be treated with respect and compassion. Letting go of comparisons supports a positive inner dialogue. Often, negative self-talk arises from comparing ourselves to others, feeling that we must measure up to their achievements or qualities. Letting go of comparisons allows us to focus on our own journey, recognizing that each person's path is unique. This shift fosters self-acceptance as we appreciate our progress without judgment. By embracing our individuality, we cultivate a mindset that values growth over competition. Replacing should statements with I choose to statements transforms our inner dialogue. Should statements often create a sense of pressure, leading to guilt or self-criticism. By reframing these thoughts as choices, we create a sense of empowerment, recognizing that we have control over our actions. This shift fosters a sense of autonomy, allowing us to make decisions that align with our values. By embracing choice over obligation, we create a positive mindset that encourages self-compassion and respect. Surrounding ourselves with positive influences supports a healthy inner dialogue. When we are surrounded by negativity or criticism, it can be challenging to maintain a positive mindset. By surrounding ourselves with people who uplift and encourage us, we create a supportive environment that reinforces our self-worth. This positivity fosters resilience, helping us approach challenges with confidence and optimism. By choosing relationships that reflect our values, we strengthen our inner dialogue, creating a foundation of encouragement. Engaging in positive affirmations is a powerful way to silence negative self-talk. Affirmations are statements that reinforce our strengths, abilities, and worth, helping us replace negativity with positivity. By repeating affirmations regularly, we create a mindset that is focused on growth and self-belief. This practice empowers us to challenge limiting beliefs, building a foundation of confidence and resilience. Affirmations foster a positive inner dialogue, reminding us of our potential and reinforcing our self-worth. As we work on transforming our inner dialogue, silencing the negative voices, and cultivating self-compassion, we find a unique opportunity in the quiet moments spent alone. Solitude, often misunderstood as loneliness or isolation, holds a profound power. When we learn to be comfortable in our own company, we uncover a source of peace, strength, and self-discovery that is both empowering and liberating. Solitude is not merely a withdrawal from others. It is a journey inward, an exploration of who we are beneath the noise and expectations of the world. In these moments of quiet, we connect with our true selves, gaining clarity, insight, and a sense of wholeness that exists independently of external influences. Embracing solitude allows us to find fulfillment within, developing a foundation of inner resilience and calm that enriches every aspect of our lives. Embracing solitude begins with recognizing that alone time is an opportunity, not a void. Many of us avoid solitude out of fear of loneliness, but solitude is an invitation to connect with ourselves on a deeper level. This time alone allows us to explore our thoughts, emotions, and dreams without interruption. By approaching solitude with openness, we transform it into a space of self-discovery and peace. This perspective shifts our view of alone time, allowing us to see it as a source of strength and clarity. Solitude fosters self-awareness, giving us the space to reflect on who we are and what we truly want. Often, the busyness of life leaves little room for introspection, and our desires and goals can become clouded by others' expectations. In solitude, we find the freedom to examine our values, beliefs, and aspirations without outside influence. This self-awareness is empowering as it allows us to make choices that align with our true selves. By embracing solitude, we deepen our understanding of ourselves, creating a foundation of authenticity and purpose. In solitude, we find a sense of inner peace that is not reliant on external factors. Often, we seek validation, comfort, or distraction from others, but solitude teaches us that peace is something we can cultivate within. This inner peace strengthens our resilience, as it provides a sanctuary we can return to in times of stress or uncertainty. By finding peace in our own company, we create a sense of stability that supports our well-being, allowing us to face life's challenges with calm and confidence. Solitude encourages us to embrace our individuality. When we are constantly surrounded by others, it can be easy to adopt their opinions, preferences, or beliefs, sometimes at the expense of our own. Time alone allows us to reconnect with our unique perspectives, interests, and ideas. This individuality fosters self-acceptance as we learn to value ourselves as we are without the need to conform. By embracing solitude, we build a sense of self that is strong and independent, grounded in our own truth. In the quiet of solitude, we can practice mindfulness more deeply. Without distractions, we become more attuned to the present moment, observing our thoughts, feelings, and surroundings with clarity. This mindfulness helps us connect with ourselves, fostering a sense of calm and awareness. By practicing mindfulness in solitude, we learn to appreciate each moment as it is, finding beauty in simplicity. This practice enhances our inner peace, allowing us to approach life with greater focus and intention. Solitude allows us to process our emotions fully, without the need to put on a brave face or meet others' expectations. When we are alone, we have the freedom to explore our feelings, understand their origins, and work through them with compassion. This emotional processing is essential for healing and growth, as it allows us to release emotions that may have been suppressed or overlooked. By embracing solitude, we create a safe space for emotional reflection, fostering resilience and self-compassion. In solitude, we can engage in creative expression without judgment. Creativity often requires freedom and a lack of inhibition, and solitude provides the ideal environment for this exploration. Whether through writing, art, music, or any other form, creative expression in solitude allows us to explore our innermost thoughts and emotions. This expression is deeply fulfilling as it connects us with our true selves. By embracing solitude, we nurture our creativity, finding joy and inspiration within ourselves. Solitude helps us build self-reliance, teaching us that we are capable of meeting our own needs. Often, we look to others for support, reassurance, or distraction, but solitude shows us that we have the strength to stand on our own. This self-reliance fosters confidence as we realize that we can handle challenges independently. By embracing solitude, we build a foundation of inner strength, empowering us to navigate life with resilience and independence. Spending time alone encourages introspection, allowing us to explore our thoughts and beliefs more deeply. In solitude, we can question our assumptions, examine our motivations, and gain insight into our behaviors. This introspection is essential for personal growth, as it helps us understand ourselves more fully. By embracing solitude, we foster a mindset of curiosity and self-discovery, allowing us to grow and evolve with purpose. In solitude, we find freedom from external judgments. Often, we feel pressured to meet others' expectations or to present a certain image, but solitude frees us from this pressure. Alone, we can be our true selves, without fear of judgment or criticism. This freedom is liberating, as it allows us to explore our thoughts, desires, and ideas openly. By embracing solitude, we create a space of authenticity where we can connect with ourselves without constraint. Solitude provides an opportunity to recharge and reconnect with our energy. Social interactions, while fulfilling, can sometimes drain our mental and emotional resources. Time alone allows us to rest, reflect, and restore our energy, preparing us to engage with the world more fully. This recharging is essential for well-being, as it helps us maintain balance in our lives. By embracing solitude, we prioritize our needs, fostering a sense of harmony and self-care. In the quiet of solitude, we gain clarity on our goals and priorities. Often, the demands of daily life can make it difficult to see what truly matters, but solitude provides the space to reflect and realign. This clarity empowers us to make decisions that reflect our values and aspirations, creating a life that is intentional and fulfilling. By embracing solitude, we gain a deeper understanding of our path, building a foundation of purpose and direction. Solitude allows us to practice gratitude more deeply. In the quiet of alone time, we can reflect on the blessings in our lives, appreciating the people, experiences, and qualities that bring us joy. This gratitude fosters a sense of contentment, reminding us of the abundance within and around us. By practicing gratitude in solitude, we create a mindset of positivity and appreciation, strengthening our resilience and inner peace. Embracing solitude helps us build a stronger relationship with ourselves. Often we focus on building relationships with others, but solitude reminds us that the relationship with ourselves is just as important. This time alone allows us to understand our needs, values, and desires, creating a foundation of self-love and respect. By nurturing our relationship with ourselves, we build a sense of wholeness that enriches every aspect of our lives. In solitude, we learn to appreciate the beauty of simplicity. Often, we seek excitement or stimulation from external sources, but solitude shows us that fulfillment can be found in quiet moments. This appreciation for simplicity fosters a sense of peace as we learn to find joy in the present moment. By embracing solitude, we cultivate a mindset of contentment, allowing us to approach life with a sense of ease and balance. As we discover the depth of solitude and the peace found in our own company, a related challenge emerges: how we spend and protect our time. In our fast-paced world, overcommitment has become common, often leaving us exhausted, distracted, and disconnected from what truly matters. Stoicism offers timeless guidance on the value of our time, teaching us that each moment is precious and finite. By reclaiming our time, we can prioritize what aligns with our values and well-being, letting go of obligations that drain us. Reducing overcommitment is not about saying no to everything, but about choosing where to invest ourselves meaningfully. This practice empowers us to live with intention, focusing on what brings fulfillment, growth, and balance. Reclaiming our time begins with recognizing its value. Time, once spent, cannot be recovered, making it one of our most precious resources. Often, we may say yes to requests or obligations without considering the impact on our well-being. But when we view time as finite, we become more intentional about how we use it. This perspective encourages us to choose activities that enrich our lives, fostering a sense of purpose. By valuing our time, we create a life that reflects our true priorities. Saying no is a powerful tool in reducing overcommitment. Many of us feel compelled to agree to requests out of a desire to please others or avoid disappointing them. However, saying no allows us to protect our time and energy, ensuring that we can dedicate ourselves to what truly matters. This boundary fosters respect, as it shows that we value our own well-being. By learning to say no confidently, we create space for activities that bring fulfillment and joy, building a life that aligns with our values. Prioritizing quality over quantity is essential in reclaiming time. Often, we may feel that being constantly busy equates to being productive or successful. However, quality is far more valuable than quantity when it comes to how we spend our time. By focusing on fewer, more meaningful activities, we can engage more deeply, finding satisfaction in each moment. This approach reduces the sense of overwhelm that often accompanies overcommitment, allowing us to approach life with clarity and focus. Identifying our core values helps us make better decisions about time. When we are clear about what matters most, we can more easily discern which activities support our well-being and which may be distractions. This clarity empowers us to say no to commitments that do not align with our values, ensuring that our time is spent on what truly fulfills us. By living in alignment with our values, we reduce the risk of overcommitment, creating a life that reflects our purpose and vision. Developing self-discipline is essential in reclaiming our time. Often, we may feel tempted to take on more than we can handle, believing that we must be constantly productive. However, self-discipline allows us to set boundaries, ensuring that we do not overextend ourselves. This discipline fosters balance as we learn to manage our time with intention and purpose. By practicing self-discipline, we create a life that prioritizes quality over quantity, reducing the stress of overcommitment. Setting boundaries around our time is crucial for reducing overcommitment. Boundaries allow us to define what is acceptable, ensuring that our time is protected from unnecessary demands. By setting clear limits, we communicate our needs and priorities, fostering a sense of respect. This practice empowers us to make choices that support our well-being, reducing the risk of burnout. By honoring our boundaries, we create a balanced life that reflects our values and desires. Practicing mindfulness helps us reclaim our time by bringing awareness to how we spend it. Often, we may not realize how much time is devoted to unimportant or draining activities. Mindfulness encourages us to observe our habits, helping us identify areas where we can reduce overcommitment. This awareness allows us to make intentional choices, ensuring that our time is spent on activities that bring joy and fulfillment. By practicing mindfulness, we create a life that is focused and purposeful. Recognizing our limits is essential in reducing overcommitment. Often, we may feel pressured to take on more than we can handle, believing that we must be capable of everything. However, acknowledging our limits allows us to make choices that respect our well-being. This self-awareness fosters balance as we learn to say no to commitments that exceed our capacity. By embracing our limits, we create a life that is manageable and fulfilling, free from the stress of overcommitment. Focusing on long-term goals helps us make wise decisions about our time. Often, we may feel tempted to say yes to short-term requests, but focusing on our long-term goals provides clarity. This perspective encourages us to prioritize activities that support our growth and aspirations, reducing the likelihood of overcommitment. By keeping our long-term goals in mind, we make choices that reflect our vision, creating a life that is intentional and aligned with our purpose. Letting go of the need for approval supports our journey to reclaim time. Often, we may agree to commitments out of a desire for validation or acceptance. However, relying on external approval can lead to overcommitment as we take on more than we need. By letting go of this need, we empower ourselves to make decisions that reflect our well-being. This independence fosters resilience, allowing us to prioritize our needs without guilt or hesitation. By embracing self-approval, we create a life that is balanced and fulfilling. Evaluating our commitments regularly helps us manage our time effectively. Often, we may accumulate obligations without realizing their impact on our lives. By taking time to review our commitments, we can identify areas where we may need to let go or adjust. This practice fosters self-awareness, allowing us to make choices that support our well-being. By evaluating our commitments, we create a life that reflects our values and priorities, reducing the risk of overcommitment. Learning to delegate is a valuable skill in reclaiming time. Often, we may feel responsible for managing everything ourselves, leading to overwhelm. Delegating tasks allows us to share responsibilities, freeing up time for what matters most. This practice fosters collaboration as we work with others to achieve common goals. By embracing delegation, we reduce the risk of overcommitment, creating a balanced and fulfilling life. Practicing gratitude for our time helps us make mindful decisions. Often, we may take time for granted, viewing it as something that will always be available. Practicing gratitude reminds us of its value, encouraging us to use it wisely. This perspective fosters a sense of appreciation, helping us prioritize activities that bring joy and fulfillment. By valuing our time, we reduce the likelihood of overcommitment, creating a life that is meaningful and intentional. Focusing on self-care helps us protect our time. Often, we may neglect self-care in favor of obligations, but prioritizing our well-being is essential for a balanced life. By setting aside time for rest, reflection, and relaxation, we reduce the risk of burnout. This practice fosters resilience, allowing us to approach life with energy and focus. By prioritizing self-care, we create a foundation of well-being, reducing the stress of overcommitment. Letting go of perfectionism is essential in managing our time. Often, the desire to do everything perfectly can lead to overcommitment, as we take on more than we can handle. By embracing imperfection, we reduce the pressure to meet unrealistic standards, allowing ourselves to focus on what truly matters. This mindset fosters self-compassion, helping us make choices that reflect our well-being. By letting go of perfectionism, we create a life that is balanced and fulfilling. As we reclaim our time and prioritize what truly matters, we strengthen our ability to stand firm in our choices. Yet, on this path of self-discovery and intentional living, we inevitably encounter criticism. Receiving criticism can stir up discomfort, self-doubt, or even defensiveness. However, when approached with grace and wisdom, criticism can become a tool for growth, clarity, and resilience. Learning to handle criticism isn't about avoiding it or allowing it to dictate our worth. Rather, it's about listening with openness and discernment. By reframing criticism as an opportunity for insight, we empower ourselves to grow while remaining true to our values. This journey teaches us how to receive feedback with calm confidence, maintaining our self-respect and composure even in the face of disapproval. Handling criticism with grace begins with separating our self-worth from others' opinions. Often, criticism can feel like a personal attack, causing us to question our value. But when we view criticism as information rather than a reflection of who we are, we can approach it with a balanced perspective. This separation allows us to hear feedback without feeling defined by it, empowering us to choose which insights resonate with our values and goals. By valuing ourselves independently of external opinions, we approach criticism with confidence and clarity. Practicing self-compassion is essential when receiving criticism. Often, criticism triggers self-criticism as we internalize negative feedback and judge ourselves harshly. Self-compassion creates a foundation of kindness, reminding us that mistakes and imperfections are part of growth. This gentleness allows us to accept feedback without amplifying self-doubt. By treating ourselves with compassion, we strengthen our resilience, approaching criticism with a mindset of learning rather than self-judgment. Listening actively to criticism fosters understanding. Often, our initial response to criticism is defensiveness, as we feel the need to justify ourselves. However, active listening involves setting aside our defenses and focusing on what is being said. This practice helps us gain clarity on the other person's perspective, identifying potential areas for growth. By listening openly, we approach criticism with curiosity, empowering ourselves to learn and improve without feeling attacked. Developing discernment helps us handle criticism wisely. Not all feedback is constructive or relevant, and discernment allows us to evaluate the source and intention of the criticism. This skill helps us separate helpful insights from negativity or bias, ensuring that we only internalize feedback that aligns with our growth. By using discernment, we protect our well-being, embracing criticism as a tool for learning without allowing it to undermine our self-worth. Responding with calmness demonstrates grace in the face of criticism. When we receive criticism, our emotions may flare up, leading to impulsive reactions. However, calmness allows us to approach the situation with composure, creating a respectful and balanced response. This calmness fosters self-control as we choose words that reflect our values rather than reacting defensively. By responding with grace, we maintain our integrity, showing that we are open to feedback without losing our sense of self. Gratitude can transform our experience of criticism. While it may feel counterintuitive, expressing gratitude for constructive criticism shifts our perspective from resistance to appreciation. This gratitude allows us to see feedback as a gift, an opportunity to gain insight into ourselves. By approaching criticism with a mindset of gratitude, we foster humility and openness, enhancing our ability to learn and grow from the experience. Reframing criticism as a learning opportunity reduces the fear of disapproval. Often, we avoid criticism because we fear failure or rejection. However, when we view criticism as a chance to improve, it loses its power to diminish our self-esteem. This perspective encourages a growth mindset, where feedback becomes a valuable part of our journey. By embracing criticism as a learning tool, we strengthen our resilience, knowing that each experience contributes to our development. Setting boundaries with criticism protects our self-respect. While constructive feedback can be valuable, not all criticism is offered with positive intent. By setting boundaries, we choose which feedback to engage with, ensuring that we do not internalize negativity or disrespect. This boundary empowers us to respond thoughtfully, protecting our well-being without shutting ourselves off from helpful insights. By honoring our boundaries, we approach criticism with a sense of self-respect and confidence. Accepting that we cannot please everyone helps us handle criticism with balance. Often we feel pressured to meet others' expectations, fearing their disapproval. However, recognizing that it is impossible to satisfy everyone allows us to approach criticism with a sense of independence. This acceptance frees us from the need for validation, empowering us to live authentically without being swayed by others' opinions. By embracing this reality, we handle criticism with grace, knowing that our worth is not defined by external approval. Building resilience strengthens our ability to handle criticism. Resilience is the inner strength to face challenges without losing our sense of self, and it empowers us to approach criticism with a steady heart. This resilience allows us to absorb feedback without feeling diminished, as we know that our worth remains intact. By cultivating resilience, we create a foundation of confidence that supports us through moments of criticism, fostering a mindset that is both open and unshaken. Practicing patience allows us to process criticism thoughtfully. Often, our immediate response to criticism is influenced by emotions, leading to reactions that we may later regret. Patience gives us the time to reflect on the feedback, allowing us to respond with intention rather than impulse. This patience fosters self-awareness, helping us gain clarity on what the criticism means for our growth. By practicing patience, we approach criticism with wisdom, ensuring that our response aligns with our values. Learning to differentiate between constructive criticism and negativity is essential. Constructive criticism is offered with the intent to help us grow, while negativity may stem from bias or personal issues. By discerning the difference, we ensure that we only internalize feedback that contributes to our well-being. This skill empowers us to protect our mindset, approaching criticism with a clear understanding of its value. By embracing constructive feedback and letting go of negativity, we create a positive foundation for growth. Reflecting on criticism helps us gain insight into our growth areas. When we receive feedback, taking time to reflect allows us to understand its relevance and how it aligns with our goals. This reflection fosters self-awareness, as we identify patterns or habits that may benefit from adjustment. By approaching criticism with a mindset of introspection, we turn feedback into a tool for self-discovery, creating a life that reflects our commitment to learning. Embracing humility allows us to approach criticism with openness. Often, pride or fear of failure can make it difficult to accept feedback, but humility reminds us that growth requires vulnerability. This humility fosters a sense of acceptance as we recognize that everyone has areas for improvement. By embracing humility, we create a mindset that is willing to learn, allowing us to approach criticism without defensiveness. This openness strengthens our resilience as we grow with grace and wisdom. Self-empowerment is crucial in handling criticism gracefully. When we feel empowered, we are less likely to rely on others' opinions for validation, allowing us to view criticism objectively. This empowerment fosters independence as we recognize that feedback does not define our worth. By embracing self-empowerment, we approach criticism with confidence, choosing which insights resonate with our growth. This independence creates a foundation of self-respect as we engage with criticism thoughtfully and purposefully. Trusting ourselves supports our ability to handle criticism wisely. Often, criticism can trigger self-doubt, causing us to question our choices or abilities. However, self-trust allows us to view criticism as feedback rather than as a judgment of our worth. This trust empowers us to consider feedback objectively without internalizing it. By building self-trust, we approach criticism with a steady heart, confident in our ability to make decisions that reflect our values. As we learn to handle criticism with grace and use it as a tool for growth, we also find ourselves needing moments of reprieve and joy that come from activities done purely for pleasure and personal fulfillment. Purposeful leisure is more than just taking a break. It's a way of reconnecting with what makes us feel alive, creative, and at peace. In a world focused on productivity, leisure is often undervalued, yet it plays a crucial role in our mental and emotional well-being. Engaging in activities that bring joy not only refreshes our spirit, but also enhances our creativity, resilience, and overall satisfaction with life. Rediscovering joy through intentional leisure allows us to embrace the simple, fulfilling experiences that add color to our daily routines, making life richer and more balanced. Rediscovering joy begins with giving ourselves permission to engage in activities that have no purpose other than enjoyment. Many of us feel pressure to fill our time with productive tasks, but purposeful leisure reminds us that rest and relaxation are equally valuable. By prioritizing leisure, we create a balance between work and play, nurturing our mental health. This permission to relax fosters a sense of contentment as we allow ourselves to find joy in the present moment without guilt. Choosing activities that genuinely interest us is essential in purposeful leisure. Often we may feel obligated to take part in popular or socially approved hobbies, but true joy comes from engaging in activities that resonate with us personally. By selecting pastimes that reflect our interests, we create a fulfilling experience that is unique to us. This personalization enhances our sense of joy as we connect with activities that bring us genuine satisfaction and meaning. Engaging in creative activities is a powerful way to find joy through leisure. Creativity allows us to express ourselves freely, exploring our thoughts, emotions, and imagination. Whether through painting, writing, or music, creative leisure fosters a sense of fulfillment and joy. This creative expression provides an outlet for stress, allowing us to recharge and reconnect with our inner selves. By embracing creativity, we enrich our lives, finding joy in the process of creation. Nature-based activities provide a deep sense of joy and peace. Spending time outdoors, whether hiking, gardening, or simply enjoying the fresh air, allows us to connect with the natural world. This connection fosters a sense of calm and wonder as we experience the beauty of nature. Engaging with nature in leisure activities enhances our well-being as it reminds us of the simplicity and balance in life. By embracing nature, we find joy in moments of quiet and reflection. Physical activities bring joy through movement and vitality. Engaging in physical leisure, whether dancing, cycling, or yoga, helps us feel connected to our bodies and boosts our mood. Physical activity releases endorphins, creating a sense of happiness and energy. This engagement with our physical selves fosters a feeling of strength and joy as we experience the benefits of movement. By prioritizing physical leisure, we enhance both our mental and physical health, finding joy in the present moment. Reading for pleasure is a form of leisure that nourishes the mind. Unlike reading for work or study, reading for enjoyment allows us to explore new ideas, stories, and perspectives in a relaxed way. This leisure activity fosters curiosity and creativity as we immerse ourselves in different worlds. Reading provides a mental escape, allowing us to unwind and recharge. By embracing reading as a leisure activity, we cultivate a sense of joy and intellectual fulfillment. Learning new skills can be a joyful form of purposeful leisure. Often we associate learning with work, but exploring new interests purely for pleasure fosters a sense of curiosity and excitement. Whether it's cooking, playing an instrument, or a new language, learning as a leisure activity adds depth to our lives. This pursuit of knowledge for its own sake brings joy as we grow and expand our abilities without pressure. By embracing learning, we find fulfillment in the journey itself. Spending time with loved ones through leisure activities enhances our sense of joy and connection. Engaging in shared pastimes such as games, cooking, or outings strengthens our bonds and creates lasting memories. This shared joy fosters a sense of belonging as we connect with others in a relaxed and enjoyable setting. By prioritizing quality time with loved ones, we enhance our relationships, finding joy in companionship and shared experiences. Mindfulness in leisure allows us to fully experience each moment. Often, we may feel distracted or preoccupied during leisure, but practicing mindfulness helps us stay present. By focusing on the sights, sounds, and sensations of the activity, we deepen our enjoyment and appreciation. This presence fosters a sense of peace as we become fully engaged in the moment. By embracing mindfulness, we enrich our leisure activities, finding joy in the simplicity of each experience. Journaling can be a purposeful leisure activity that fosters self-reflection and creativity. Writing down thoughts, experiences, or goals allows us to connect with ourselves, exploring our inner world. This reflective practice brings a sense of clarity and joy as we gain insight into our journey. By embracing journaling as a form of leisure, we nurture our emotional well-being, creating a space for self-discovery and personal growth. Trying new experiences adds excitement and joy to our leisure time. Often, routines can become monotonous, but exploring new activities brings a sense of adventure and curiosity. Whether visiting a new place, trying a different hobby, or attending an event, new experiences enrich our lives. This willingness to explore enhances our sense of joy as we step out of our comfort zones and embrace the unknown. By trying new things, we keep our lives vibrant and engaging. Engaging in leisure activities without a specific goal fosters a sense of freedom and relaxation. Often, we feel pressured to achieve something, even in our free time. However, leisure without an agenda allows us to fully immerse ourselves in the experience, free from expectations. This approach to leisure reduces stress as we let go of the need for results. By embracing purposeless play, we find joy in the act itself, creating a sense of fulfillment and peace. Volunteering can be a fulfilling form of leisure, offering joy through helping others. Giving our time to causes or people in need creates a sense of purpose and connection. This generosity fosters gratitude as we realize the impact of small acts of kindness. Volunteering as leisure brings joy through compassion, allowing us to connect with our communities and make a positive difference. By embracing volunteering, we find purpose and fulfillment in our leisure time. Cooking or baking for pleasure provides a sense of joy and creativity. Unlike cooking as a chore, preparing food as a leisure activity allows us to experiment, explore flavors, and create something delicious. This creative process is both relaxing and rewarding as we enjoy the fruits of our efforts. Cooking as leisure fosters mindfulness as we focus on each step with attention and care. By embracing cooking, we find joy in the simple act of creating something nourishing and enjoyable. Pursuing hobbies that align with our passions brings deep fulfillment. Whether it's painting, gardening, or collecting, hobbies allow us to engage in activities that reflect our interests and values. These personal pursuits foster a sense of identity and joy as we create something meaningful. By dedicating time to our passions, we enrich our lives, building a foundation of joy that is independent of external pressures. Reflecting on positive experiences through leisure fosters gratitude and happiness. Taking time to remember moments of joy, whether through photos, stories, or memories, creates a sense of contentment. This reflection reminds us of the good in our lives, enhancing our overall well-being. By appreciating past experiences, we build a mindset of positivity, finding joy in both the present and the past. Solo leisure activities allow us to connect with ourselves on a deeper level. Spending time alone, whether through reading, walking, or personal hobbies, fosters independence and self-reflection. This solitude enhances our well-being as we learn to enjoy our own company. By embracing solo leisure, we build a foundation of self-connection, finding joy within ourselves rather than relying solely on external sources. Creating a dedicated space for leisure at home enhances the quality of our downtime. Whether it's a cozy reading nook, a garden corner, or a craft station, having a personal space for leisure fosters relaxation and creativity. This environment encourages us to engage in activities that bring joy, reminding us to prioritize our well-being. By setting up a leisure space, we make joy and relaxation a regular part of our routine. Embracing simplicity in leisure reduces stress and fosters joy. Often, we may feel pressure to fill our leisure with complex or expensive activities, but simplicity can be equally fulfilling. Activities like taking a walk, enjoying a cup of tea, or watching a sunset provide peace and happiness. This appreciation for simple pleasures fosters a mindset of contentment, reminding us that joy can be found in everyday moments. By embracing simplicity, we create a life that values ease and fulfillment. As we rediscover joy in purposeful leisure and learn to connect with ourselves more fully, we are led to a deeper journey, living with authenticity. Living authentically is about honoring who we truly are, embracing our values, and accepting ourselves without judgment. The Stoic approach to self-acceptance encourages us to cultivate a life rooted in honesty, integrity, and courage, free from the need to conform or seek approval. It asks us to strip away pretenses and societal pressures so we can understand and embrace our true nature. This journey toward authenticity empowers us to live with a sense of freedom and purpose, knowing that our worth is not determined by others' opinions, but by our own self-respect and alignment with our values. Living authentically begins with knowing oneself deeply. Often, we may go through life influenced by expectations or external standards, unsure of our own values or desires. True self-acceptance requires self-reflection and honesty, allowing us to understand who we are beneath the surface. This understanding fosters confidence, as we are no longer swayed by the need to please others. By knowing ourselves, we create a foundation of authenticity, living a life that reflects our truth. Embracing our unique qualities is essential to living authentically. Each of us has strengths, quirks, and even flaws that make us who we are, and accepting these traits fosters a sense of self-respect. Rather than hiding or downplaying our uniqueness, we can celebrate it, recognizing that our individuality is a strength. By embracing our qualities fully, we free ourselves from the need to conform, finding pride in our true selves. Letting go of comparison is crucial in the journey to authenticity. Often, we look to others to gauge our own worth, feeling pressured to meet their achievements or lifestyles. However, comparison distracts us from our unique path, making us feel inadequate or unfulfilled. By releasing the need to compare, we allow ourselves to focus on our own growth and aspirations. This shift fosters self-acceptance as we embrace our individuality and define success on our own terms. Aligning our actions with our values is key to living authentically. Often, we may find ourselves doing things out of obligation or social pressure rather than genuine interest. However, true self-acceptance requires us to live in alignment with what we believe. By making choices that reflect our values, we create a life that feels true to who we are. This alignment fosters inner peace as we feel grounded in our actions and decisions, knowing they come from a place of integrity. Practicing self-compassion supports the journey of authenticity. Living authentically can be challenging, as it may involve going against societal expectations or facing our own insecurities. Self-compassion allows us to navigate this journey with kindness, accepting our imperfections and mistakes. By treating ourselves with understanding, we build resilience, empowering us to live honestly without fear of judgment. Self-compassion strengthens our confidence as we learn to trust in our worth without the need for perfection. Developing self-trust is essential in living authentically. Often we may doubt our choices, seeking validation or reassurance from others. However, true authenticity requires us to rely on our own judgment, trusting that we know what is best for ourselves. This self-trust fosters independence as we become less reliant on others' opinions. By trusting ourselves, we build a life that is guided by our own wisdom and intuition, empowering us to live with conviction. Setting boundaries supports authenticity by protecting our well-being. Living authentically sometimes requires us to say no to situations or people that do not align with our values. Boundaries allow us to honor our needs, ensuring that we are not compromising ourselves to please others. This practice fosters self-respect as we learn to protect our time, energy, and values. By setting boundaries, we create a life that reflects our priorities, reducing stress and enhancing our sense of self. Embracing vulnerability is a powerful aspect of living authentically. Vulnerability involves showing up as we truly are, without hiding our feelings or pretending to be something we're not. This openness fosters deep connections as it invites others to see us fully. By embracing vulnerability, we strengthen our courage, knowing that we are worthy of acceptance even with our flaws. Vulnerability enhances our relationships and self-worth, creating a life that is genuine and fulfilling. Letting go of the need for approval is essential in the path to self-acceptance. Often, we may seek others' validation to feel worthy, but this reliance can lead to inauthentic choices. True self-acceptance requires us to validate ourselves, trusting in our own worth. By letting go of approval-seeking, we create a foundation of inner strength, where we are guided by our own beliefs and values rather than others' opinions. This independence empowers us to live authentically, knowing our worth comes from within. Embracing our imperfections fosters self-acceptance and authenticity. Often, we may feel pressured to present a flawless image, but perfectionism can be limiting. Accepting our imperfections allows us to live more freely, as we are no longer burdened by the need to appear perfect. This acceptance creates a foundation of self-compassion, allowing us to navigate life with confidence and ease. By embracing our flaws, we cultivate a life that is honest and real, free from the constraints of perfectionism. Living mindfully enhances authenticity by keeping us connected to the present moment. Often, we may feel distracted by worries about the future or regrets about the past, making it difficult to live fully. Mindfulness encourages us to stay present, helping us make choices that reflect our true selves. This presence fosters clarity as we become more aware of our thoughts and emotions. By practicing mindfulness, we deepen our connection with ourselves, creating a life that is grounded in authenticity. Seeking purpose in our actions aligns us with a life of true self-acceptance. When we live with purpose, we engage in activities that bring meaning and fulfillment. This focus on purpose reduces the need for external validation as we find satisfaction within our own journey. By embracing purpose, we create a life that feels meaningful, fostering a sense of pride in our choices. Purpose enhances our sense of authenticity as we are guided by a vision that reflects our values. Forgiving ourselves for past mistakes supports our journey to authenticity. Often, we may hold on to regrets or guilt, feeling defined by past choices. However, forgiveness allows us to let go, recognizing that we are constantly evolving. This forgiveness fosters self-acceptance as we learn to see ourselves as worthy despite our imperfections. By forgiving ourselves, we create a foundation of peace, empowering us to live freely without being held back by the past. Embracing simplicity helps us live authentically by reducing distractions. Often, we may feel overwhelmed by the pressures and demands of modern life, making it difficult to focus on what truly matters. Simplicity allows us to prioritize, choosing activities and relationships that align with our values. This focus fosters a sense of calm as we remove unnecessary stresses from our lives. By embracing simplicity, we create a life that is intentional and true to ourselves. Reflecting on our journey fosters self-acceptance by helping us recognize our growth. Often, we may be focused on where we want to go, but reflection allows us to appreciate how far we've come. This reflection fosters gratitude as we acknowledge the challenges we have overcome. By appreciating our journey, we build a mindset of positivity and self-respect, recognizing that each step has contributed to our growth. Reflection enhances our authenticity as we see ourselves as a work in progress. Self-empowerment is essential in living authentically. When we empower ourselves, we take responsibility for our lives, recognizing that we have the strength to make choices that reflect our values. This empowerment fosters independence as we rely on ourselves rather than seeking approval from others. By embracing self-empowerment, we create a life that is guided by our own vision, building a foundation of confidence and resilience. Pursuing passions and hobbies enriches our authenticity. Engaging in activities that bring us joy and fulfillment allows us to connect with our true selves. This pursuit fosters a sense of individuality as we embrace interests that reflect our unique personalities. By dedicating time to our passions, we create a life that is vibrant and satisfying, free from the need to conform. Passions enhance our self-acceptance as they allow us to express ourselves fully and freely. Maintaining a growth mindset supports the journey to authenticity. A growth mindset encourages us to see ourselves as capable of learning and evolving, reducing the fear of failure. This perspective fosters resilience as we approach life with curiosity and openness. By embracing a growth mindset, we create a foundation of self-compassion, allowing ourselves to explore our true selves without fear. This mindset enhances our authenticity as we pursue growth without the need for perfection. Accepting solitude supports authenticity by fostering self-connection. Spending time alone allows us to reflect, recharge, and explore our inner world. This solitude reduces the influence of external expectations, helping us gain clarity on our true desires and values. By embracing solitude, we strengthen our relationship with ourselves, building a foundation of self-acceptance. Solitude enhances our authenticity as it allows us to listen to our own voice, free from distraction. As we deepen our journey of self-acceptance and learn to live authentically, a natural question arises. How do we face the unknown with the same confidence? Life is filled with uncertainties, moments of change, challenges that come unannounced, and paths that lead us into the unfamiliar. Embracing this uncertainty with resilience allows us to navigate life with courage and inner strength, even when we cannot predict or control what lies ahead. The Stoics teach us that, although we cannot control all aspects of life, we can control our response to them. By using tools of resilience, we build the mental and emotional strength to embrace uncertainty, viewing it as a part of life's journey rather than something to fear. This shift in perspective helps us find peace and stability, even in the face of the unknown. Resilience begins with accepting that uncertainty is a natural part of life. Often, we resist change because we fear what it may bring, but acceptance allows us to move forward without resistance. This mindset shift helps us view uncertainty as an opportunity for growth rather than a threat. By accepting uncertainty, we reduce our fear of the unknown, fostering a sense of calm. This acceptance is not about giving up control, but about embracing life's natural flow, knowing that we have the inner strength to adapt. Learning to focus on what we can control is essential in facing uncertainty. Often, uncertainty feels overwhelming because we try to manage outcomes beyond our influence. By focusing on our actions, choices, and responses, we create a sense of empowerment. This focus fosters resilience as we recognize that we have the ability to make choices that reflect our values, even when circumstances are uncertain. By directing our energy toward what we can control, we build a foundation of stability and confidence. Practicing mindfulness helps us face uncertainty with presence. Often, worry about the future can cause anxiety, pulling us away from the present moment. Mindfulness encourages us to stay grounded, observing our thoughts and emotions without becoming overwhelmed. This practice helps us approach uncertainty with a clear mind, reducing the power of fear. By embracing mindfulness, we create a space of peace, allowing us to navigate the unknown with calm and focus. Developing flexibility is crucial for resilience in uncertain times. Flexibility allows us to adapt to changes, finding solutions and opportunities within challenges. This mindset fosters creativity and resourcefulness as we learn to see beyond obstacles. By embracing flexibility, we strengthen our ability to face unexpected situations with confidence, knowing that we can adjust and find new paths. Flexibility enhances our resilience, allowing us to approach uncertainty with a sense of curiosity and openness. Self-compassion supports resilience by helping us treat ourselves kindly during difficult times. Facing uncertainty can be challenging, and we may feel tempted to judge ourselves for not having all the answers. Self-compassion allows us to acknowledge our struggles without self-criticism, creating a foundation of understanding and support. This kindness fosters inner strength, helping us navigate uncertainty with courage. By treating ourselves with compassion, we reduce the stress of the unknown, allowing ourselves to grow through each experience. Building trust in ourselves empowers us to face the unknown with resilience. Often, uncertainty triggers self-doubt, making us question our abilities. However, self-trust allows us to rely on our inner strength, knowing that we have the capacity to handle whatever comes our way. This trust fosters confidence as we recognize that we are capable of making wise choices even in unfamiliar situations. By embracing self-trust, we create a foundation of stability, allowing us to approach uncertainty with assurance. Setting realistic expectations helps us approach uncertainty with balance. Often, we may feel pressured to know everything or to have complete control, but realistic expectations remind us that life is inherently unpredictable. This perspective allows us to approach situations with patience, reducing the fear of the unknown. By setting expectations that reflect life's natural uncertainty, we create a mindset of acceptance, empowering ourselves to navigate challenges with grace. Practicing gratitude helps us find stability in times of uncertainty. Gratitude shifts our focus from what we lack to what we have, fostering a sense of contentment. This mindset reduces the power of fear as we realize that we are supported by the positive aspects of our lives. By embracing gratitude, we create a foundation of positivity, allowing us to face uncertainty with a balanced perspective. Gratitude enhances our resilience, reminding us that even in challenging times, there is much to appreciate. Developing patience allows us to face uncertainty without rushing to find answers. Often, the desire for certainty leads to impulsive decisions or anxiety, but patience helps us wait with calm. This patience fosters resilience as we learn to trust that clarity will come in its own time. By practicing patience, we create a mindset of acceptance, allowing us to navigate uncertainty without feeling overwhelmed. Patience enhances our ability to face the unknown with confidence and peace. Embracing a growth mindset supports resilience by encouraging us to see uncertainty as a chance to learn. A growth mindset reminds us that each experience, even the unknown, contributes to our development. This perspective fosters openness as we become willing to face challenges for the sake of growth. By adopting a growth mindset, we view uncertainty as a valuable part of our journey, allowing us to approach it with courage and curiosity. Seeking meaning in uncertainty fosters resilience by helping us find purpose in our challenges. Often, uncertainty feels disorienting, but when we seek meaning, we create a sense of direction. This search for meaning fosters a sense of fulfillment, as we recognize that each experience has the potential to shape us positively. By embracing uncertainty as part of our path, we create a life that values growth over comfort, finding strength in the unknown. Letting go of perfectionism is essential for resilience in uncertain times. Often, we may feel pressured to handle challenges perfectly, but this expectation can lead to stress and self-criticism. Letting go of perfectionism allows us to approach situations with flexibility, reducing the fear of making mistakes. This mindset fosters self-compassion as we accept our limitations and embrace our humanity. By releasing perfectionism, we create a foundation of resilience, allowing us to face the unknown with grace and confidence. Finding support in our relationships helps us face uncertainty with strength. During challenging times, the support of loved ones can provide comfort and guidance. This connection fosters resilience, reminding us that we are not alone in our journey. By leaning on others, we gain perspective, reducing the weight of uncertainty. Relationships enhance our ability to navigate the unknown as they provide a source of encouragement and companionship. Reflecting on past experiences strengthens our resilience by reminding us of our growth. Often, we have already faced challenges and uncertainties in the past, and reflecting on these moments allows us to recognize our resilience. This reflection fosters self-trust, as we see the strength we have developed through each experience. By appreciating our past, we create a mindset of confidence, knowing that we are capable of handling future uncertainties with the same courage. Embracing uncertainty as a natural part of life helps us approach it with peace. Often, we may view the unknown as something to fear, but recognizing its inevitability allows us to release this fear. This acceptance fosters resilience as we learn to coexist with uncertainty rather than resist it. By embracing uncertainty, we create a life that values growth and adaptability, finding beauty in life's unpredictability. Engaging in self-care supports resilience by helping us recharge during times of uncertainty. Self-care allows us to prioritize our well-being, reducing stress and enhancing our ability to cope. This practice fosters inner strength as we create a foundation of health and balance. By embracing self-care, we nurture our resilience, ensuring that we are prepared to face challenges with energy and confidence. Visualization can help us approach uncertainty with resilience. Visualization involves imagining positive outcomes or ways of handling challenges, creating a mindset of optimism. This practice fosters self-belief as we see ourselves navigating the unknown successfully. By visualizing resilience, we prepare ourselves mentally and emotionally, reducing the fear of uncertainty. Visualization enhances our confidence, allowing us to face challenges with a hopeful perspective. Maintaining a balanced routine provides stability in times of uncertainty. Routine gives us a sense of structure, even when life feels unpredictable. This balance fosters resilience as we create a foundation of normalcy. By embracing routine, we find comfort in familiar practices, helping us navigate the unknown with a sense of calm. Routine enhances our ability to face uncertainty, as it provides a grounding influence during change. Acceptance of change strengthens our resilience by helping us view life as dynamic. Often, we resist change because it disrupts our sense of security, but acceptance allows us to embrace it as part of life's cycle. This mindset fosters adaptability as we become open to new experiences. By accepting change, we create a life that values flexibility and growth, allowing us to face uncertainty with a positive outlook. As we embrace the unknown with resilience, we discover the importance of looking inward, understanding ourselves more deeply, and finding clarity within. Self-reflection is a powerful tool that allows us to examine our thoughts, behaviors, and beliefs, helping us gain insight into our motivations and patterns. In Stoicism, self-reflection is essential, not as a way to dwell on the past, but as a means of personal growth and clarity. By pausing to reflect, we bring a sense of calm and understanding to our lives, strengthening our awareness and our connection to what truly matters. This practice enables us to approach life with wisdom and purpose, aligning our actions with our values and creating a foundation of self-awareness that guides us through every experience. Self-reflection begins with creating a space of stillness. In the busyness of daily life, we may rarely take the time to pause and reflect, yet this quiet time is crucial. Creating stillness allows us to connect with our inner selves, observing our thoughts and emotions without judgment. This space fosters clarity as we gain a deeper understanding of our own mind. By embracing stillness, we invite insight and perspective, allowing us to navigate life with greater intention. Examining our values through self-reflection helps us align our actions with what truly matters. Often, we may find ourselves making choices based on habits or societal expectations, yet reflection allows us to reconnect with our core values. This alignment fosters a sense of purpose as we begin to make choices that reflect our true beliefs. By understanding our values, we create a foundation of integrity, building a life that feels meaningful and authentic. Reflecting on our past experiences provides valuable insights into our patterns and growth. Every experience, whether positive or challenging, holds lessons that shape who we are. By reflecting on these moments, we gain perspective on our journey, recognizing the ways in which we have grown and changed. This awareness fosters self-acceptance as we appreciate our resilience and adaptability. By honoring our past, we strengthen our ability to face the future with wisdom and confidence. Self-reflection allows us to identify our strengths and areas for growth. Often, we may focus on our flaws or limitations, but reflection encourages us to see the full picture. This balanced view fosters self-confidence as we recognize our abilities and potential. By acknowledging our strengths, we empower ourselves to face challenges with resilience, knowing that we are capable of growth and improvement. This self-awareness supports a mindset of positivity, helping us approach life with optimism. Exploring our motivations through self-reflection helps us understand why we make certain choices. Often, we may act out of habit or fear without truly understanding our reasons. Reflecting on our motivations brings clarity, allowing us to make decisions that reflect our authentic desires. This awareness empowers us to break free from patterns that no longer serve us, creating a life that is guided by intention. By understanding our motivations, we create a foundation of self-respect and purpose. Practicing gratitude in self-reflection enhances our sense of contentment. Often, reflection can reveal areas of dissatisfaction, yet gratitude shifts our focus to what we appreciate in our lives. This practice fosters a mindset of abundance as we recognize the positive aspects of our journey. By embracing gratitude, we strengthen our resilience, finding peace in both the challenges and blessings of life. Gratitude enhances our self-awareness, allowing us to approach each moment with a sense of appreciation. Self-reflection helps us cultivate emotional intelligence as we observe and understand our feelings. Often, emotions can feel overwhelming, yet reflection allows us to explore them with curiosity rather than judgment. This emotional awareness fosters self-compassion as we learn to accept our emotions as part of our human experience. By understanding our feelings, we gain the ability to respond thoughtfully, creating a life that is balanced and harmonious. Identifying our fears through self-reflection helps us confront and overcome them. Fear often holds us back, creating limitations that hinder our growth. By examining our fears, we gain insight into their origins, allowing us to approach them with understanding and courage. This awareness fosters resilience as we learn to face challenges without being controlled by fear. By understanding our fears, we create a foundation of bravery, empowering ourselves to pursue our goals with confidence. Reflecting on our relationships provides insight into our connections with others. Relationships play a significant role in our lives, yet we may not always consider their impact on our well-being. Self-reflection allows us to evaluate the health and quality of our relationships, helping us identify those that support our growth and those that may be draining. This awareness fosters a sense of balance as we prioritize relationships that reflect mutual respect and positivity. By nurturing meaningful connections, we create a life that is fulfilling and supportive. Self-reflection encourages us to embrace vulnerability as it requires honesty and openness with ourselves. Often, we may avoid facing certain truths out of fear or discomfort, yet vulnerability allows us to grow. This openness fosters self-acceptance as we learn to see ourselves with compassion. By embracing vulnerability, we build resilience, creating a foundation of strength that allows us to approach life with authenticity and grace. Examining our habits through self-reflection helps us understand the behaviors that shape our daily lives. Often, habits form unconsciously, influencing our choices and actions. Reflection allows us to observe these habits with awareness, helping us identify those that support our well-being and those that may need adjustment. This awareness fosters self-improvement as we make conscious choices that align with our goals. By understanding our habits, we create a life that is intentional and fulfilling. Self-reflection helps us develop patience by encouraging us to see life as a journey. Often, we may feel pressured to reach certain milestones or achieve success quickly, yet reflection reminds us of the value of growth. This perspective fosters patience as we learn to appreciate each step of our journey. By embracing patience, we create a foundation of peace, allowing us to navigate life with calm and resilience. Understanding our triggers through self-reflection enhances our emotional resilience. Triggers are often reactions to unresolved emotions or past experiences, and reflection helps us identify them with clarity. This awareness allows us to respond rather than react, reducing the power of these triggers. By understanding our triggers, we build emotional strength, approaching life's challenges with a balanced and thoughtful mindset. Exploring our dreams and aspirations through self-reflection connects us to our purpose. Often, we may have dreams that we set aside due to fear or doubt, yet reflection encourages us to reconnect with our passions. This exploration fosters motivation as we gain clarity on what truly matters to us. By understanding our aspirations, we create a life that feels meaningful, guided by a vision that reflects our true desires. Self-reflection helps us recognize the influence of external pressures on our decisions. Often, we may feel influenced by societal expectations, family, or peers, yet reflection allows us to evaluate these influences with discernment. This awareness fosters independence as we learn to make choices that align with our own values rather than external pressures. By embracing our autonomy, we create a life that reflects our true self, free from the need to conform. Practicing forgiveness in self-reflection fosters inner peace. Often, we may hold on to regrets or past mistakes, allowing them to affect our self-worth. Reflection allows us to view these experiences with compassion, recognizing that growth often comes through challenges. By forgiving ourselves, we release the burden of guilt, creating a mindset of acceptance and self-respect. Forgiveness enhances our resilience, allowing us to approach life with a renewed sense of peace and confidence. Reflecting on our achievements helps us recognize our progress and strengths. Often, we may focus on our shortcomings, overlooking the accomplishments that demonstrate our resilience. Reflection allows us to honor our efforts, creating a foundation of self-confidence. By acknowledging our achievements, we empower ourselves to pursue new goals with a sense of pride and motivation. Self-reflection enhances mindfulness by helping us stay present. Often, we may dwell on the past or worry about the future, losing connection with the present moment. Reflection encourages us to observe our thoughts with awareness, fostering a sense of calm and focus. By practicing mindfulness, we create a life that is grounded in the here and now, allowing us to experience each moment fully. Embracing humility through self-reflection fosters a mindset of continuous learning. Often, we may feel pressured to appear knowledgeable or accomplished, yet humility allows us to approach life with openness. This humility fosters growth as we become willing to learn from each experience. By embracing humility, we create a foundation of resilience, recognizing that life is a journey of self-discovery and improvement. Exploring our personal boundaries through self-reflection enhances our well-being. Boundaries help us protect our energy and maintain balance, yet we may not always consider their importance. Reflection allows us to identify our needs, creating boundaries that support our health and happiness. This awareness fosters self-respect as we learn to honor our limits. By understanding our boundaries, we create a life that prioritizes self-care and harmony. As we deepen our practice of self-reflection, we inevitably encounter moments from our past that stir feelings of regret, actions left undone, words left unsaid, choices we wish we could change. While regret can feel heavy, Stoicism offers a powerful approach to transform this feeling into a source of wisdom and growth. Instead of allowing regret to weigh us down, we can learn to use it as a catalyst for self-improvement, seeing each mistake as an opportunity to learn and evolve. This shift in perspective not only lightens our burden, but empowers us to move forward with insight and intention. Embracing regret as a teacher allows us to turn what might have been a stumbling block into a stepping stone on our journey to wisdom and resilience. The first step in transforming regret is accepting our past choices without judgment. Often, regret is fueled by self-criticism as we judge ourselves harshly for our perceived mistakes. But by approaching our past with compassion, we create a space for learning. This acceptance does not mean we ignore our choices, but rather that we recognize them as part of our growth. By viewing our past with kindness, we release the weight of judgment, creating a foundation for wisdom and healing. Reflecting on our regrets helps us understand the motives behind our past choices. Often, regret arises from acting impulsively or out of fear, and examining these moments helps us recognize our patterns. This reflection fosters self-awareness as we gain insight into our decision-making processes. By understanding our motives, we empower ourselves to make choices that align more closely with our values in the future. This awareness transforms regret into a tool for growth, guiding us toward wiser actions. Viewing regret as an opportunity for growth allows us to approach it with curiosity rather than avoidance. Often, we may suppress or ignore regret, hoping it will fade away. However, by facing regret openly, we turn it into a lesson. This approach fosters resilience as we learn to embrace our experiences without fear. By seeing regret as a chance to grow, we create a mindset that values learning over perfection, strengthening our ability to move forward with confidence. Turning regret into gratitude helps us reframe our perspective on past experiences. While regret may initially feel painful, reflecting on the lessons it brings can foster a sense of gratitude. This shift helps us appreciate our journey, recognizing that each experience has contributed to our growth. By embracing gratitude, we transform regret into a source of positivity, finding value in the challenges we have faced. This perspective fosters a mindset of abundance, allowing us to view our past with appreciation rather than disappointment. Learning from regret involves identifying patterns or habits that may no longer serve us. Often, regret reveals areas where we can improve, helping us recognize behaviors that limit our growth. This self-awareness fosters personal development as we become more intentional about our choices. By observing our patterns, we create a foundation of self-improvement, empowering ourselves to approach the future with clarity and purpose. Forgiving ourselves is essential in transforming regret into wisdom. Often, regret is accompanied by guilt or shame, which can prevent us from moving forward. Self-forgiveness allows us to release these feelings, recognizing that mistakes are a natural part of the human experience. This forgiveness fosters self-compassion, helping us accept ourselves fully, flaws and all. By forgiving ourselves, we create a space for growth, empowering us to approach life with a renewed sense of peace and self-acceptance. Practicing humility allows us to approach regret with openness and honesty. Often, we may feel defensive about our past choices, but humility encourages us to acknowledge our imperfections. This humility fosters a mindset of continuous learning as we become willing to examine our actions without pride or fear. By embracing humility, we transform regret into a pathway for growth, recognizing that each experience contributes to our wisdom. Setting intentions for the future helps us move beyond regret with purpose. Often, regret stems from feeling that we have lost an opportunity, but setting intentions allows us to create new paths. This focus on the future fosters a sense of hope, as we realize that we are not bound by our past. By setting meaningful intentions, we empower ourselves to approach life with intention, creating a future that aligns with our values. Viewing regret as a shared human experience reduces feelings of isolation. Often, regret can make us feel alone, as though we are the only ones who have made mistakes. However, recognizing that everyone experiences regret helps us see it as a natural part of life. This awareness fosters empathy as we realize that we are not alone in our journey. By embracing the universality of regret, we create a sense of connection, finding comfort in shared experiences. Reframing regret as a catalyst for change helps us view it as a positive influence in our lives. Often, regret may feel like a burden, but by seeing it as a motivator for growth, we give it purpose. This perspective fosters resilience as we recognize that our challenges can lead to meaningful change. By embracing regret as a catalyst, we transform it into a tool for empowerment, guiding us toward a life of purpose and self-improvement. Focusing on self-compassion in moments of regret helps us move forward without self-criticism. Often, regret may lead to harsh judgments, yet self-compassion encourages us to approach ourselves with kindness. This compassion fosters a sense of peace as we learn to accept our choices without judgment. By treating ourselves with gentleness, we reduce the impact of regret, allowing ourselves to grow without the weight of guilt. Identifying the wisdom within each regret helps us find meaning in our experiences. Every regret carries a lesson, and by seeking this wisdom, we turn our past into a source of insight. This approach fosters a growth mindset, as we view each experience as an opportunity to learn. By focusing on the lessons within regret, we transform it into a valuable guide, helping us navigate life with increased clarity and understanding. Acknowledging our feelings around regret allows us to process and release them. Often, we may suppress regret, hoping it will fade, but acknowledging our emotions fosters healing. This openness allows us to work through our feelings, reducing their hold on us. By embracing our emotions, we create a space for growth, allowing ourselves to move forward with acceptance and resilience. Practicing mindfulness helps us stay present rather than dwelling on regret. Often, regret pulls us into the past, distracting us from the present moment. Mindfulness encourages us to observe our thoughts without attachment, creating a sense of peace. By focusing on the present, we reduce the power of regret, allowing ourselves to live fully. This presence fosters a sense of freedom as we let go of what we cannot change. Embracing patience helps us approach regret with balance. Often we may feel frustrated by our past choices, but patience reminds us that growth takes time. This patience fosters self-acceptance as we learn to view ourselves with understanding. By practicing patience, we approach regret as a natural part of life, allowing ourselves to move forward without haste or pressure. Recognizing our ability to choose anew empowers us to move beyond regret. Often, regret may feel final, but each day offers a fresh opportunity to make different choices. This awareness fosters hope as we realize that our past does not define our future. By embracing our power to choose, we create a mindset of empowerment, approaching life with confidence and purpose. Reflecting on our journey helps us see how regret has contributed to our growth. Often, regret reveals areas for improvement, guiding us toward positive change. By recognizing this growth, we honor our journey, creating a foundation of self-respect. This reflection fosters gratitude as we appreciate the lessons we have learned. By embracing our past, we approach the future with wisdom and strength. Letting go of perfectionism allows us to view regret with compassion. Often, we may feel regret because we expected ourselves to be flawless, yet perfection is unrealistic. By releasing this expectation, we create a space for acceptance, understanding that growth often comes through imperfection. This mindset fosters resilience as we learn to embrace our humanity, approaching life with humility and grace. Connecting with others who have experienced regret provides support and perspective. Sharing our experiences fosters empathy, helping us realize that we are not alone in our journey. This connection reduces feelings of shame as we find comfort in shared understanding. By seeking support, we gain new insights, allowing us to approach regret with a balanced perspective. Viewing regret as part of our story helps us find peace with our past. Each experience, including those we regret, has shaped who we are, contributing to our growth and resilience. By seeing regret as a chapter in our journey, we embrace our entire self, flaws and all. This acceptance fosters a sense of wholeness, allowing us to move forward with self-respect and confidence. As we've journeyed through the depths of Stoicism, we've explored how to cultivate resilience, embrace emotional independence, set healthy boundaries, and live in alignment with our true selves. Each principle we've discussed holds the power to transform not only our perspective, but our very way of life. Stoicism isn't about disconnecting from life's hardships. It's about facing them with strength, clarity, and wisdom, creating a foundation of inner peace that endures. Through self-reflection, we gain insight, and by transforming regret into wisdom, we allow ourselves to grow and move forward. Every challenge, every moment of solitude, and every act of courage becomes a stepping stone toward a life of purpose and authenticity. Remember, Stoicism is not just philosophy. It's a daily practice that can lead us to a life of true freedom, one where our inner strength is our greatest ally. If you've connected with any part of this journey, leave a comment below and share what resonated most. What's one Stoic principle you're excited to bring into your life? And if this content brings value to your life, don't forget to subscribe to the channel so you can continue exploring more topics that inspire growth, wisdom, and inner peace. Let's walk this path of Stoic wisdom together.